Test, Test. Good morning, everybody. Good morning at our expert talks, as we call it. Due to the pandemic situation, we couldn't do what we originally had in mind to do, namely to have our annual international expert roundtable. So therefore, this time we have an expert debate and expert talk on important issues. And so welcome everybody. You can follow us via live stream. And we will also have a morning session, which will last until 1 o'clock. Then we have a short break. We call it networking break, which is difficult in these times, but nevertheless. And from 2 to 4, we have the next expert panel. For the moment, let me just introduce very shortly the speakers. Or before doing that, I would also just thank the Chamber of Labor in Vienna to host us under these difficult conditions. I would like to thank our partners of cooperation, which are the Center for European and International Policy Action, CEPA. This was founded in 2011. It is an independent think tank committed to promoting public debate on major European and international policy issues. We have as a partner the Human Rights Office of the City of Vienna. And we have as a partner the EU strategy for the Danube region, more exactly the priority area 10. This is institutional capacity and cooperation, and managed here in Vienna. And last but not least, we have as partner Act Now. This is an enterprise based on the private initiative located in Vienna, acting internationally and above party lines. It initiates projects and international conferences for a respectful and appreciative social coexistence in a time of profound social changes that result in challenges to democratic systems. So thank you very much for this cooperation. We appreciate very much. And let me just say a few words on what we do here and what it is. The idea to hold a regular think tank about human trafficking was developed in 2010 within the framework of the Regional Implementation Initiative on preventing and combating human trafficking. 2010, this was 10 years after the unveiling of the UN protocol. Everybody may remember it was supplementing this protocol, supplementing the UN Convention against transnational organized crime. And 10 years afterwards, it was apparent that many initiatives to tackle human trafficking were never fully implemented, because the UN protocol was intended primarily to enable criminal justice systems to act more effectively against human trafficking. Priority was inevitably given to the law enforcement components of anti-trafficking initiatives, not to measures to protect people who were trafficked, nor to efforts to prevent human trafficking from occurring in the first place. So we thought, let's do something. Let's see, there are so many experts having extensive experience in anti-trafficking. Let's discuss with them what we can do better and what we can do more. So the Regional Implementation Initiative has always regarded it as a priority to identify what was or what is missing and what extra initiatives need to be given priority. The Regional Implementation Initiative is intended to foster cooperation and coordination among all relevant stakeholders, including government authorities, decision makers, international and non-governmental organizations, taking existing examples of good practice and lessons learned into account. So, of course, we respect and we all know what's going on, and therefore we are proud to have also representatives from various organizations. The Regional Implementation Initiative aims to strengthen the political commitments and legal obligations of the European Union member states and some countries outside of Europe, both to prevent and to combat all forms of human trafficking, so not only, as it was usual at the beginning, just trafficking for sexual exploitation, so all forms of human trafficking, including trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation and domestic servitude. It consequently aims to support and complement the implementation efforts of the larger international and European anti-trafficking frameworks as set down in international and regional legal instruments, treaties, and directive. And last but not least, the Regional Implementation Initiatives encourages proactive political leadership by pressing constantly for better results and tries to generate the political will to review and adjust anti-trafficking policies as and when this is necessary in the light of new knowledge, experience, insight, etc. For political will is inevitably required to bring about tangible change. This includes seeking new knowledge proactively and commissioning research when necessary about the scope and nature of the problems being confronted and initiating analytical work at national and regional levels to provide a basis for targeted, systematic, and coordinated action against all forms of human trafficking and exploitation. So this is just to give you an idea of what we do, what we want to do, what it's all about. And I would now like to introduce the speakers of this morning expert talk. Thank you very much for being willing and ready. Come. Oh, I can see Rizat. Yeah, he has joined us. Fine. So let me start with Maria Grazia Giammarinaro. Last year, she has terminated her second term as UN Special Rapporteur on trafficking in persons, especially women and children. But Maria Grazia has a long experience in anti-trafficking. I remember myself, I know her 25, 30 years ago. You know, at that time she was advisor to a minister in Italy, advising ministers on anti-trafficking. And from profession, she is a judge, but she was also a former OSCE Special Representative and coordinator for combating trafficking in human beings. She worked at the European Commission, so she knows also the European level very well. She coordinated one of the groups of experts on trafficking in human beings of the European Commission, etc., etc. So we are very happy to have you here. And recently, she initiated a network called Freedom from Labor Exploitation. We will later on discuss what it is and what we can do with it. And and I forgot one thing. She recently is also the adjunct professor of human rights law at the Irish Centre for Human Rights School of Law, National University of Ireland in Galway. So this is Maria Grazia. Welcome we are very happy to have you here and to discuss with you the issues. You have to leave a bit earlier because you have to accompany your mother to a vaccine center in these times. That's just a normal way. So, but nevertheless, thank you very much that you could join us. Then I would like to introduce Kristiina Kangaspunta. Also, Kristiina Kangaspunta, for us, a long-standing, renowned expert. Very often she has not an easy role in our discussions because she is responsible for, so to say, for the Palermo Protocol, not alone, of course, but nevertheless. And everybody would expect also to defend, you know, the protocol. And we all know we are proud to have that. But of course, there are things we can discuss and which probably need to be interpreted in a better way, or issues which are not explicitly mentioned in the protocol. So we discuss all this with Kristiina Kangaspunta. She is responsible for several years now for the reports for the global reports on trafficking and anti-trafficking. Very important work, because from that at least we get an idea of what is going on, what is the situation internationally. And she's Finnish from nationality, and she worked with the Ministry of Justice of Finland at the Institute for Crime Prevention and Control, and she was also for several years the Deputy Director of the United Nations Inter-Regional Crime and Justice Research Institute, UNICRI. So thank you very much for being here. We are very happy to have you with us. Then I would like to come to Mike Dottridge, also, if I may say so, an old fellow working with us and providing his expertise. He's independent expert and consultant. He spent 25, 30 years working with human rights non-governmental organizations, and was one of the organizers of the Global March Against Child Labor in 1998. And for the past 15, 20 years, he has worked as an independent consultant, as I said, on human rights and child rights issues. His work takes him to different parts of the world, particularly regions where human trafficking is regarded as a major problem, such as Southeastern Europe and Southeast Asia. He's the one. He was often invited by organizations like the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, but also the European Union, the OSCE, UNICEF, and also within our group, the Regional Implementation Initiative. He's the one whom we can ask to design guidelines on human rights issues, on specific problems. So thank you very much. We don't know what we would do without you. So fine to have you here with us, and we will hear more about your work afterwards. Then I'm very proud, for the first time, we have Mr. Olivier Onidi on board. He is since March last year, he is the EU Anti-Trafficking Coordinator. In your bio, I saw that I got the information. He is also EU Anti-Trafficking Coordinator. So we will discuss what it means, because you have within the European Commission, I would say you are, when I go through your short bio, I would say you are a connoisseur of the bureaucracy, you know, of the Commission, and you have quite a few other jobs, if I may say so, mainly on security, terrorism issues, mobility, etc. And very recently you have been appointed EU Anti-Trafficking Coordinator, and to start with, you had to work, or you had to present. This is what you will do, what we will ask you afterwards to do, to present the so-called new strategy, the new European strategy on human trafficking. And we will would certainly like to discuss with you, so what's new? Yeah? Is there something new, or is it just reinventing the wheel? What is the focus, etc., etc.? So we are very happy to have you here, and we are really keen to listen to what you have to tell us about this new strategy. So then I would like to present, to introduce Suzanne Hoff. She's the international coordinator of La Strada International, and she's the one who is always up to date what's going on. So she provides to all of us information, new information of if there is a new comment somewhere, whatever. So this is very, very helpful, and we appreciate very much. And she is the coordinator of La Strada International. Let me say that this is an organization, or also a group of NGOs, of 26 NGOs, and 4 associate members in 23 European countries. So NGOs who have been dealing with the problem of human trafficking from various aspects, and a group of NGOs exchanging also views and commenting on important new documents like the new EU strategy, European strategy on trafficking. So we will see what she has to say. Of course, she had a quick look at the new EU strategy, and we will see what from the NGO side they will have to say, and how they see the new strategy. So then we are very proud to have Rizat Piotrovic with us. He is there from UK. He is a professor, so we appreciate very much that you find your time beside your work as a professor at the university. The word is horribly, it's I must, he teaches...
It's called aberystwyth, don't worry.
Yeah, this, I was looking for that.
If somebody can say Aberystwyth, they cannot say Piotrovic, and if they can say Piotrovic, they cannot say Aberystwyth. But anyway, I've done it for you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And he has a long standing experience in working on anti-trafficking. You will see also with the Council of Europe. Recently, one focus was on labor exploitation, and you, for several years, you were the chair, the head of Greta, the monitoring mechanisms, and certainly we would like to discuss with you. I mean, I think it's a good idea to have Greta and to have such a body, but we would also like to discuss what could we do better, or is this the best of all monitoring mechanisms, or what else would we have to do? Then we have Manfred Buchner with us, so to say the national level, if I may say so. He is the head of what we call Men Via. This is a protection and support for men affected by human trafficking. Also a men health center. It's located in Vienna. He studies psychologist from profession, and with him and his team, we started to focus specifically on men being exploited, yeah, and we will hear what it is, what the special problems are, you know, and how men understand themselves, you know, do they understand themselves as victims, what needs to be done, etc., etc. So, and in comparison to strategy, to the EU strategy, but also to the international strategies, is this important what's in there, or do you do anyway what you do? So we will see also the connection and find out how we could maybe even better cooperate. And last but not least, I would like to introduce, and I'm happy to have you here, Peter von Bedlenfalfi. He is located in Brussels. He is the founder and executive director of SEPA. This is the Center for European and International Policy Action. He has a long experience of European and international cooperation in the field of migration, foreign and development policies, security and human rights. He was formerly, for many years, he had leading positions at IOM, the International Organization for Migration, in Brussels, Berlin, Rome, Vienna, etc. And he has been the driving force in strengthening the European Union international stance towards a number of issues such as economic migration, organized crime, and trafficking in human beings. He likes to advise parliamentarians and to be in contact also with commissioners and advising them on certain issues, and they take advantage to have Mr. von Bedlenfalfi there to discuss and further develop certain issues. So this is the panel, the expert talk for the moment. And as Maria Grazia has to leave earlier, I would like to start with the international level. So the heading of this expert talk is the question: do we need a new anti-trafficking strategy for the digital and the post-COVID age? Meaning, strategy can be a formal strategy, but in general, our approach to it. Do we need a new strategy? So you were for two periods, you were UN Special Rapporteur, and you could do quite a few things, interesting things. But what would you say now that you have left this position, looking back, you know? Was it the best you could do, or is there something more we could do? And why do you wish and want to continue, for instance, with this network, Freedom from Exploitation? What is the driving force behind? Maria Grazia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this very I would say an extraordinary panel, and I'm so sorry that I have to leave earlier because I should learn a lot. But anyway, to answer your question, after so many years dealing with trafficking in different capacities, my answer to your question is definitely yes. We need a new strategy, and probably we need new legislation, new national legislation, and possibly a new international human rights instrument on trafficking. And this idea comes from so many years of observation of what is going on. In fact, the attempt to adjust the implementation of national legislation shaped on the Palermo Protocol has been very important, serious, carried out by Greta, by NGOs at the national level, by the Office of the High Commissioner and the subsequent Special Rapporteur on Trafficking. But still, we see that the implementation of legislation on trafficking is very much focused on criminal law and immigration control. Actually, these were the two focuses of the negotiators of the Palermo Protocol. And the European Union has validated this approach with the 2004 Directive on Residence Permit, validating an approach based on cooperation of the victim with law enforcement and judicial authorities. So the whole system of regulation concerning trafficking is based on the idea that a victim of trafficking is a victim of this specific crime. And actually, the reality is that this has not worked out, not even from the criminal law perspective, because it is clear that the number of criminal proceedings and convictions has decreased. It is continuing to decrease. So something different, something better should be done at the national and international level. And I think that we need a real shift, a real strategic shift from this strong law enforcement and immigration approach to a human rights approach, considering trafficking as part of a broader phenomenon of exploitation, which is installed in our economies. So this was really something that the Palermo Protocol negotiators didn't have in mind, because it was not so clear at that time that exploitation is a structural phenomenon. Even the worst forms of exploitation, you can find this in many, I would say in all economic sectors. So we need a shift, and we need to go, in my view, in 4 directions. The first is prevention, which is not only information and sensitization. This concerns immigration laws, first of all. This concerns the recruitment regulations. This concerns due diligence obligations on companies, parent companies, regarding what happens in their supply chains, and it concerns states' due diligence obligations. States are the main human rights obligation bearers, and so they should impose some due diligence obligations on companies. Secondly, something that I would not call identification, but rather early support to vulnerable people, including, of course, especially migrants. Assistance should be unconditional. Residence permit should be unconditional, and on top of it, the decision-making shouldn't be left to immigration authorities or law enforcement authorities, but should change. In my view, civil society organizations should be entitled to identify vulnerabilities. But if this is not acceptable, at least the multidisciplinary teams at local levels should be in charge of recognizing not if the person is a victim of a crime, but their vulnerabilities to exploitation. And there are indicators. There are indicators produced by many international organizations and NGOs that are not used because law enforcement authorities are linked to a restrictive approach because they feel that this is an exception to the rigorous regulations on blocking or at least limiting immigration. And the third is remedies. The reason why the number of victims assisted and even criminal proceedings are decreasing is that there is no appeal for exploited persons to come forward, because at the end of the day, they can get assistance, but they don't get something really needed to resume their life project. Is exactly that they want. They want another job, another opportunity for life, another possibility to build autonomy. And this is exactly what they do not get. So all the procedures for the restitution of unpaid salaries and to get compensation for the damage suffered should be in place in every country, of course, for free, of course, with assistance and counseling, legal assistance and counseling. And fourth, and I finish this, is a gender perspective. I'm very happy that here there is a focus also on men. There is a focus should be also on transgender people, very in a very bad situation also for the COVID pandemic. And women's. I'm working on women's in agriculture at the moment, and I'm absolutely astonished about the fact that there is no information about women working in this important sector. So a focus on women's experience should be always highlighted, and their experiences during the travel, during the ordeal they go through, violence, the cycle of violence that tend to produce further violence and exploitation should be at the core of the evaluation of their situation when they arrive, for example, in a destination country, and the heavy exploitation of women at work in many sectors, not only domestic work, which is always one of the areas of horrible exploitation, but also in other work sectors. So freedom of exploitation, this group that we have formed, wants to dig deeper on all this issue and launch an exercise how national legislation and eventually an international instrument should look like to be really complying with the human rights approach. Of course, we have at the European level, we have the Council of Europe Convention, which is, of course, an important benchmark. But I think that even compared to the Council of Europe Convention, there are steps forward that could be taken. So I thank you very much for your attention. And unfortunately, I apologize for leaving earlier than the end of the panel. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Grazia. But you are still with us a bit, so for the next, I would like to ask now Kristiina Kangaspunta, yeah, as the one who has negotiated and who is in charge really of the UN protocol. So much of what Maria Grazia said. Doesn't the protocol allow for doing that? Isn't the problem maybe somewhere else with the decision-making level or at the level of politicians? Because, I mean, one could, ease the access to justice and remedies. This is possible, probably under the protocol. We could do more on prevention protection. We could also focus on non-conditional assistance, etc., etc. So first, I would like to ask you how you see the situation, and whether you think we need a new international instrument addressing human trafficking. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me for this very interesting discussion. And indeed, I am usually on the other side than many others, still for 2 months, because I'm going to retire in 2 months. So then probably I will have different views. But now when I'm still with UNODC, and I can't even say that I don't want to be defensive, but I do see some or quite many benefits from the protocol. And just to mention, I wasn't there to negotiate it. It was the member states who negotiated it, and sometimes it was really infuriating to see what was happening. So it wasn't so easy process at all. And we were just secretariat who needed to be inside, just to nodding our heads. So so you were asking about how I see the situation. Indeed. So if I now think about the protocol and probably some of the problems, I can start with the problems. So first problem which I see with the protocol is the name of the protocol, because it actually addresses the protocol or directs the protocol to address women and children. And I think that has always been a bit of a problem. And what Maria Grazia already said, that it directs it to certain type of exploitation, which is really more prevalent with women and children, and specifically in the early days, it was very much the whole trafficking discussion was geared around sexual exploitation. And but I also say that the protocol, when with the definition, which indeed is not probably perfect, but at least it expands, the who is included, like men, women, and children, and then also different forms of exploitation. So there is also benefits from the definition. But I think that the heading addressing women and children as vulnerable groups is not really. I think it could not be left out at this point, at least. So I also want to refer what Maria Grazia said. The protocol was a baby of its time. So it is connected to the times when trafficking was seen as certain type of activity, and specifically it was seen as international activity, which is and it was then at that time connected to organized crime, even though I know that the whole discussion around trafficking in persons started with the human rights context, but then it was moved with the protocol to the criminal justice system or to the criminal justice side, which has its problems and its benefits. The benefits was that the criminal justice system is within the public funding system. So in that sense, it actually could receive more, the work against trafficking in persons could receive public funding, and it was included in some of the mechanisms which are with the public scope. The problem, of course, is that then it also, as was said, it became a criminal justice issue. The protocol is a crime as it is now when supplementing the Transnational Organized Crime Convention. It is a crime instrument. It is an anti-crime instrument, but it is the first one which also has identified some of the rights of the victims and the needs of the victims. And also it speaks about prevention, even though I agree that prevention it's a difficult topic and it's sort of like not fully acknowledged in that instrument as it could be, but still it is mentioned there. So it's not that I have to say that there are many elements which are quite sort of like revolutionary for the anti-crime instrument. But as said, it is the human rights issues should be or are probably then not so much dealt with. And at that time, when the protocol came into force, I remember that there was quite soon there were these human rights principles which were produced by the human rights side of the United Nations, which were sort of like seen as complementing some of the issues of the protocol. But because the human rights instruments, they were not in a sort of like a treaty format, or they were not included so easily by many countries. So it might be that there is still, or I know that there is still room for this kind of activities and perspectives. So the issue on whether we need a new international conventional treaty. Here, I think, following the title of this session or roundtable, I think that indeed we need to update our strategies. But the format, how do we do that? Of course, we need to be quite careful, because when a new instrument is developed, it takes very much resources by member states. It's a very long process. The negotiations might go to the direction, because it is a member states negotiations, if it is going to be truly international, the member states they have all kinds of views, and you cannot really predict what ends up to be in this kind of an instrument. I think that this is not totally, cannot be so much controlled, because what we have seen, there can be very, very different views. Specifically, if you think about all countries of the world, there are very different views on the human rights, and also sort of like who is responsible for dealing with trafficking persons. And now I'm saying that some of the countries, for example, they are not very keen on allowing NGOs to be involved in any of the negotiations. And then there are, of course, the other side. So there can be very big polarization of countries when they are negotiating, and this is not always beneficial for the negotiations. And then, as what was mentioned also, that the implementation of this kind of treaty is another issue. We have seen that the protocol is not fully implemented, even though it has been the implementation, for example, concerning the anti-trafficking legislation is very good. So when we started, when the protocol came into force, only around 30% of countries had an anti-trafficking legislation, and now nearly all countries have anti-trafficking legislation. But of course, legislation by itself is not the one which is changing that much. So you also need to use the legislation, and this is something which has not happened as we would have hoped to. So there are some issues, and then also many other issues which with the implementation we have a problem. But then I would like to ask everybody, and now I'm going to stop here, to think that if we didn't have a protocol, how would the world look like concerning trafficking persons and the work against trafficking persons? And I would like to hear really what are your opinions, because of course for me, because I have been working for 20 years with the UNODC on trafficking persons issues, it's very difficult to see this from another lens. But it would be nice to hear from you, how would you envisage the world to be concerning the international action against trafficking persons without the protocol? So I might stop here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the moment. Thank you, Kristiina. And of course, we will respond to this question. And later on, I would like to come back, of course, and also to ask you how you see the situation of human trafficking and anti-trafficking, with your global report, are there significant changes, in these times or not, and over the years. So later on we will come back to that. Yeah, thank you very much. And what would the world look like, without the protocol? And what about prevention and about trafficking for labor exploitation and many other things, maybe which are not so prominent in the protocol? I would like to call on Mike Dottridge and ask you, how do you see the situation? Please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Helga. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone else as well. Thanks for the questions and, of course, for the challenge from Kristiina as well. As I was already rather experienced by 1999 in this field, I could see that criminal justice system was only providing about 5% or less of the responses around the world, and quite a lot else was going on, most of which has been swept under the carpet, as it were, in the last 20 years. The two things I see as really needing an emphasis now, not particularly because of either COVID or other things happening in this last year, but definitely linked to them. Well, the first is coordination. I want to mention that because all the implementation of both the Palermo Protocol and other international instruments, particularly related to crime, are sabotaged by a lack of coordination between countries, between ministries in the same country, between different crime-fighting agencies, between different parts of society. As Kristiina has just mentioned, there are countries in Europe as well as elsewhere where the authorities are really rather hostile to working closely with people who have a lot of anti-trafficking expertise or a lot of expertise at assisting, protecting people who have been trafficked. So that those blockages to coordination are, I think, a huge problem. And I really want to see the monitoring organizations such as the Europe's Greta scoring coordination, not just within a country. So it's not just a national monitoring effort, but between countries. The bigger issue that has been touched on, where there's a need now, not for a restart, but something really quite new, is on the issue of prevention. If you go through the various specific anti-trafficking treaties, the Palermo Protocol, the Council of Europe Convention, others as well, prevention gets next to no mention, except at a very general level. And a lot of the space that is given to prevention, when you look at it, it's actually about training. It's about actually about telling the authorities themselves that they need to have the capacity to understand what constitutes trafficking and to do something about it. Well, of course, that's necessary, but that's not prevention in the sense that I understand the word, which means an intervention upstream, as it were, before a trafficking case can occur. So prevention in places where migrants come from, places particularly where migrants are in transit or end up, and where they are severely exploited. At the, I guess I look at prevention particularly a little bit like a spaceman orbiting the Earth, looking down and seeing what is happening that is either effective prevention in one country, but more specifically, where there are wealthy countries funding efforts elsewhere, either in the developing world or anyway in the places where migrants to their countries come from. Looking at that, I realize, wow, we have a lot of anti-trafficking expertise in the world, a lot of people monitoring at national level, but very few looking at how things link up. In my own country, I'm particularly fascinated because it sounds so absurd by the migration and trafficking route from Vietnam on the extreme east side of Asia, all the way to England, where I am at the moment. So that just a few kilometers from where I'm living outside London, there have been Vietnamese children discovered growing cannabis. There have been Vietnamese men working as irregular migrants do, as farm laborers and so on. So what is done and how is money used on the prevention side there intrigues me, mainly because most of the money is poured down the drain. There have been an awful lot of posters put up, not just in Vietnam, but everywhere else, videos made, most of which have very little effect because trafficking is about making money, and the reasons migrants migrate and many people accept the services of smugglers or traffickers is because they need a livelihood. So it's really about money, and unless there is a focus on the financial side, either through incentives or penalties, then prevention rarely works. Here in Europe, we don't have many anti-trafficking organizations that really look at how European money is spent elsewhere to prevent trafficking from taking place. And there's been one marvelous success story that I've never seen claimed either by people in the European Commission sections dealing with trafficking in human beings or anywhere else, and that's in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, the Thai fishing industry had a dreadful pattern of what was in effect slave labor up until about 2014. It was well known. The Americans talked about it in their annual report. The International Labour Organization published reports about it. Nothing improved. What made a difference was that the European Commission issued a yellow card to the Thai authorities. The yellow card was about the fishing industry, and ostensibly it had nothing to do with labor rights or slave labor or trafficking. It was about misuse of fishing stocks and fish resources. But it was very clear when it was issued in 2015 that it was also intended to address this pattern of slave labor. And indeed, that was the way that both businesses and the Thai government interpreted it. And there was a huge turnaround. I won't say that the problems in Thailand have gone away. They affected mainly workers from Cambodia and Myanmar, and goodness knows what the dreadful the violations of human rights now occurring in Myanmar will do in terms of the emigration patterns. But we've been able to see a huge improvement on Thai fishing vessels. So there were some lessons there, not just about the fact that a powerful bloc in the world could threaten a developing country, but more specifically that when there were financial penalties to pay, in this case by some extremely profit-making Thai businesses, when you hurt their profits, there was a reaction. And I think that there's a lesson there in terms of some forms of prevention. But prevention is not just about punishment. It's also about manipulating how the economy works. And in the last 10 years, we've seen the International Labour Organization devote a lot of resources to the issue of abusive recruitment. And of course, we can see that most cases of trafficking do involve some form of abusive recruitment. There have been some positive experiences there in countries, even my own, where we introduced a system of licensing recruiters. So not just registering them as legitimate businesses, but saying that if a farm or another employer who wanted a lot of workers, a construction site, if they used the services of an unlicensed recruiter, they would be punished, usually with a fine, and the recruiter would be punished for engaging in illegal recruitment. So there are specific issues such as recruitment on which we can make a difference. From the human rights agenda, we do get some lessons as well. The European Court of Human Rights has now examined a series of cases related to trafficking, some to do with sexual exploitation, the well-known Ransef judgment, one to do with agricultural workers, the unfortunate Bangladesh strawberry farmers in Greece in the Chowdhury case. But the European Court hasn't said a great deal that's really about prevention. And I think it's worth looking outside Europe at the jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, to see what they've said about the due diligence obligations of the state in cases of servitude, slavery, trafficking in persons, and forced labor. And due diligence as an obligation on the state is not the same as that on a private business. So we may come back to that this morning. But the point here is that the state has obligations. And the court said that in every case, a state's prevention strategy must be comprehensive. That is, it must prevent risk factors and at the same time strengthen institutions so they can provide an effective response to the phenomenon of contemporary slavery. Well, thus far, that's beautiful words, but not very clear. They went on to say, in addition, states should take preventive measures in specific cases where it is clear that certain groups of persons may be victims of trafficking and slavery. Now, that is something quite specific that I would say most of Europe hasn't acted with due diligence on. The human rights principles there are rather clear. Prevention of risk factors means that the state has an obligation to understand those risk factors. And we come close to what Maria Grazia was saying just now on the issue of having a responsibility to identify factors that put particular individuals at risk of being trafficked or result in them being trafficked. The other human rights principle that the American court highlighted is the one of targeting prevention on groups known to be trafficked in disproportionately high numbers. And this requires research to understand what's happening, research which occurs in some countries, but in most it doesn't. In most, I'm afraid, they've blindly put phrases from international treaties into their legislation without thinking through exactly what's happening and putting in place prevention programs that deal with that. Targeted prevention, we know after 20 years, is generally more effective if it includes financial incentives or penalties. If you rely on awareness raising, for example, go into a Roma community anywhere in the Balkans and distribute leaflets or invite them to watch a video, well, frankly, you're wasting your money. Some social workers in those areas and elsewhere have successfully deployed tailored child protection measures to benefit the families of individual children that are assessed as being at high risk of being trafficked. That's a very specific prevention measure concerning children that's proved effective. But at a wider level, targeting particularly vulnerable groups involves social protection. Social protection measures such as income supplements, in-kind donations to families, usually in acute poverty, but often ones who are suffering discrimination in their society. And we know that the lack of action to stop discrimination is in itself something that facilitates trafficking, encourages it, or encourages people to embark on risky emigration. So action to reduce discrimination, that really should be at the top of the agenda to prevent trafficking from occurring. I'm not going to go into more detail here. We know that there's very specific groups of people, whether it's women dragged into the sex industry, migrant domestic workers. In each case, some very specific prevention is known to have been effective, and many of the preventive campaigns that have been tried are known to have been spectacularly unuseful or ineffective. I can't quite understand why those lessons aren't wanted. Sometimes it feels to me as if industrialized countries, so here in Europe as elsewhere, almost don't want to prevent trafficking from occurring. It sort of somehow suits them to be able to point to the horrible criminals and say the problem is there, not to do with the nature of our economies, not to do with structural issues. But we've known for many more than 20 years that there are root causes. A lot had already been learnt before the Palermo Protocol that was systematically ignored at that time. Experience, for example, in South Asia with laws against bonded labor from the mid-1970s onwards. I don't know why the lack of interest in prevention has been there. But if we come and talk later about some specific cases where I can see, for example, Mediterranean countries, the authorities desperately worried that if they clamp down on cases of trafficking for the purpose of labor exploitation, they'll sabotage swathes of their agricultural economy. Yes, maybe there really is an unadmitted contradiction that has stopped effective prevention. Thanks very much for the moment. I hope that we'll be able to follow up on some of these points later on.
We will, yeah. Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, of course, we can see prevention, real prevention is also difficult, you know. It's not something where you just snap with the fingers and then we do it. So sometimes it seems as if focusing on the consequences of human trafficking is easier, you know, for stakeholders, politicians, etc., than focusing on prevention, because as it is nowadays, and the crisis now, you know, the pandemic shows it even more, that it's all about we are better than the others, we are the best, we are doing this, we are doing that. So coordination, cooperation is not the issue at the moment. And this, of course, if we look at human trafficking, anti-human trafficking, it's yeah, it's a big problem, I think. So we will come back on that later on. Thank you very much. By the way, I saw on your on the right side at Mike Dottridge's room, I saw a picture we have in our compilation we did some days ago on the last 20 years of our discussions and of our issues we discussed in the regional implementation initiative. So I saw the because you spoke about the fishing and these problems there, and we have it in the compilation. It's on sharks and an octopus, and so I saw it at the right side of your room. Okay, so let's come to the let's say to the European level now. Again, welcome. We are very happy to have you with us, Mr. Olivier Onidi, the new EU or acting. You can tell us. I'm not so. I don't know if it's still acting head or if you are the new EU anti-trafficking coordinator now. But what we know is that a couple of days ago you have presented the new EU strategy. So please just tell us, to start with, what's about this new strategy? Why a new one? Why couldn't we have gone with the old one? What's new, etc.? You have the floor.
Thank you, Helga, and I'm very happy to be with you. Very privileged to take part in this discussion. You've seen that we took your seminar very seriously, and in order to respond to your first question, we actually produced a new strategy. So that was a concrete manifesto of how important we believe your network and your work is. To the question that you have put to us, I think yes. I mean, the fact that a new strategy has been adopted right this Wednesday, actually, is the fact that we believe that there was somewhat of a refresh to be done in terms of the lines of action. Not particularly because of the digitalization or the COVID crisis, like mentioned in your question. Certainly, the digital feature, and this is very prominent in all the analysis that is being done, does facilitate and promote new business models of criminals. It does also contribute immensely to widening the scope, unfortunately, of recruitment of victims. And it does also provide further challenges for the law enforcement and also the judiciary to actually monitor and have access to elements that allows them to be effective in curbing activities of exploitation. On the COVID side, clearly as well, you have a phenomenon of exacerbation of people's vulnerability, which has led to more individuals drowned in the past towards exploitation. And the coming economic difficulties will also be a pull factor for more labor exploitation. So the two aspects that you've raised in your questions are relevant, but the fact that we need a new strategy goes much beyond. It goes and tries to recognize, and here I'm 100% in agreement with Maria Grazia, that this phenomenon has become a structural weakness of our societies. This is a phenomenon which is very much linked with our duty to make fundamental rights being observed. And we see on all accounts the number of victims, the number of convictions, the impressive revenues generated by this phenomenon, that this dreadful phenomenon is on the rise. And despite all the efforts of all of us, despite all the activities that we have launched, we haven't managed to curb this form of criminality, and we haven't managed to protect individuals more in terms of being exploited. And this is valid worldwide, like all our experts, international experts tell us, but this is also valid for the European Union. And it is very much a European phenomenon as well. Most of the victims in the EU are EU citizens. They do not come from outside of the EU, which is another important enlightening of how urgent this phenomenon is. So in terms of the strategy, what is new? And you're right to ask that question. You will find the traditional feature of the strategies we have followed so far. We do look at all forms of exploitation. There's a very strong gender focus also in the strategy, but I think the number of features that probably mark somewhat of a difference when looking at the past. First, it does way more put the emphasis on trying to find ways to reduce the actual use of exploited services. The most visible part, and probably the most ambitious part, is to evaluate our current legislative framework in the EU, directive on trafficking of human beings, and see to what extent we could have an important and ambitious element of criminalization of the use of exploited services at EU level, making sure that in all countries we have a minimum harmonized level in terms of criminalizing that side of the activity. That is the first, I think, very important signal that this strategy is pushing forward. Second one is the fact that we have to realize that we have to work way more with the different actors, public, private, certainly to reduce the use, but also to reduce the vulnerability of the sectors themselves. If there are problems in certain sectors, agricultural sectors, etc., we need also there to have some specific look at what vulnerabilities are and what specific needs those sectors need in order to shoulder and be more immune to forced labor. And there we will have also very ambitious legislation coming this year which will actually mandate due diligence towards the corporate sector. Due diligence that will not only encompass the environmental sustainability aspects, but also the fundamental rights. And the prime goal in there is to actually crack on the phenomenon of forced labor and exploited individuals. So that's another very important aspect. And also continue the work and encourage aspects that allow for a responsible value chain, because the economy doesn't function only in the EU. We are very tributary to a value chain, supply chain that is international, and we need to continue there as well to try progressively to have mandatory standards in order to also ensure full transparency in terms of the various components of the chain. Second aspect, which I believe is somewhat new, is a more determined effort in terms of breaking the business model. Some of you have highlighted. Certainly on the digital aspect, which has become a main vector of making business in terms of exploiting people. And there, the tools that we have developed to crack on terrorism content online, hated speech, the exploitation of sexual exploitation of children will be put at good use, in the sense that we will progressively also mandate a number of obligatory actions by the internet actors, so that they are more active and do more cooperate in terms of identification, and also tearing down the possibility to use their networks when those are being used for exploitation of individuals' purposes. That is the first track. The second track is to equip the law enforcement and the judiciary authorities with the tools to be active in this new digital world. We've seen how much this digital world also, in many respects, complicates. Sometimes law enforcement are even blind because they do not have the tools, and there in the organized crime strategy that was presented the same day as the anti-trafficking strategy, there is even a fully fledged set of activities in order to support the digitalization, so to say, of the law enforcement and judiciary to crack on crime. Second aspect in terms of breaking the business model is the so-called culture of impunity. And there as well, previous speakers, Maria Grazia and others, have highlighted the fact that it's pretty embarrassing for democracies like ours to see that still the number of cases, the number of convictions are extremely low compared to only the known number of victims. And here we'd like, and we've advocated for cracking way more on the financing, so on the revenues generated by this crime, with here as well additional like heavy tools, legislative tools that will be presented in terms of being better at asset seizing, asset recovery, and we will also embed the phenomenon of trafficking, exploitation of individuals in our cycle of the rule of law. So in looking at the dimension of how member states implement the rule of law in the European Union, not only will be looking at the aspects of corruption, which are very much linked with the impunity in this very sector, but we will also very well look at the efforts that the judiciary, that also on the prosecution side, are being put in making the exploitation a priority and providing the resources and the right also framework, the full independence of the system in order to genuinely pursue, as we know, a form of crime which is very difficult for the judiciary to pursue because of many impediments. So we will make this also a prime feature of the fundamental aspects of the rule of law observation in the EU. On the victim side, we'll follow actually the recommendations of Maria Grazia, the way she has presented this in the introduction. We'll focus way more on the vulnerable people. We'll focus way more on the assistance to them in terms of prevention. So not only in terms also only of protection. And here I believe very much on the fact that since we have studies, since we have also models that have been progressively deployed in some member states of the EU in terms of referral mechanism, I also believe, and the strategy is very explicit on that, that we should focus on having in the coming years a fully fledged referral mechanism cross-border that covers all member states and allows cases to be identified and individuals to be protected from the point at which they actually are identified as a victim until the moment they are rehabilitated, fully rehabilitated. So the whole chain cross-border, so it needs, because many of those are individuals on that are mobile individuals that are exploited outside of their own jurisdictions, first and foremost in the EU, and then continue the cooperation with some of the third countries of origin in order also, again, to complete the cycle up to the rehabilitation aspect. And then linked to that, the fourth element, which I believe in the strategy is way more prominent, the international aspect. First and foremost in terms of continuing supporting but providing way more resources, and this is very much said in the strategy in terms of helping countries around us, known countries that are particularly also affected by this phenomenon, to address the situation in all the different aspects. So from the prevention to the rehabilitation, but with a continuous strong emphasis on the implementation of international instruments. Because there as well, like Kristiina, I believe that the time is probably not right in a UN context, especially, to come up with a new, convention. I think that our first responsibility, the first focus should be on the full enforcement of what we have today. I'm not even sure that the political configuration today would allow us to have an improved Palermo Convention. So the focus should be on enforcing what exists, making sure that all jurisdictions actually implement it, passes their own law, have their own program to combat trafficking, and there inject technical assistance in order to shoulder them in the many different dimensions in order to curb this phenomenon. Second part, which was the example that Mike provided, the very good example of the Thai fishing industry. We have now, in the new way that our trade agreements are being negotiated and concluded with third countries, always a mandatory clause and a set of mandatory obligations in terms of not only fundamental rights observation, but also non-exploitation of individuals. And this allows us to take measures in terms of stopping imports, taking trade retaliatory also measures when these are not respected in the countries concerned. It's a very powerful instrument. We'll go even beyond that in the context of the new agreement, the so-called post-Cotonou agreement, which is the overall framework of assistance. And you know that the EU is the largest donor in the world with the all African and ACP countries, which there as well as a condition for financing being provided by these countries, we do have a set of respect of fundamental rights, including, of course, concrete measures against the exploitation of individuals. So these are some of the features of the new strategy. There's a lot of work still to be done, but again, Helga, we're not doing this only because of the digitalization, because some of the new features, but because I think, like all of you, we're extremely frustrated by the lack, actually, of progress in this area. And we see, and this was the political message of our commissioner, that this needs to really become now a standard in terms of a priority to address at the political level, because again, it's a question, as Maria Grazia said very well, of fundamental rights. And there is, again, nothing more disturbing for democracy like ours to see individuals being exploited, be these Europeans or extra nationals. Thank you very much for this. And I'm sorry, I will have to leave you at 11:30 as well. But Elisabetta, my colleague, who's actually one of the drafters of this strategy, I have absolutely no merit in this, will continue and stay with you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this was very interesting. Yeah, great, I would say, you know, listening to you. Hopefully we can do all this, because it is certainly important, you know, you mentioned the international cooperation. Of course, this is important, but in these times now, we see the contrary, really, no? Everybody is focusing on its own country and small little world. So hopefully this will be able to change on the issue of human trafficking. It's highly important, and of course it's also important what you said that we must go beyond what we have now. We have one problem and try to have one response. Yeah? This is not what works anymore. So this was really impressive what you told us. But of course, you know, I would like to and we will certainly have other occasions to discuss it further, but I would like to give the floor to Suzanne Hoff. I mentioned that before, this consortium of renowned NGOs working on this, and I would like and maybe you can say, as long as she talks for her introduction, just to give us her first impression of this new strategy. Suzanne, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Helga. Yeah, I'm very happy to speak here and also to give my reaction already on the strategy. We had, of course, very little time to discuss it also with all our members. We have 23 European NGOs in Europe that follow, of course, all the policies by the European Commission, but also by the other international organizations. And so there was little time, but I'm very happy to have the opportunity already just 2 days after the strategy to react. And yes, that brings me also back to the question already that Kristiina raised. We think it's very good that there is legislation in place, including the UN Palermo Protocol, and that there are strategies, even though, of course, we continue to criticize because we always want improvement. And as Mr. Edini just said, we're all frustrated because we want better results and we want the rights of victims to be much better promoted and protected. As for the COVID-19 situation, very clear, very shortly, but it was also mentioned by the previous speaker. Yeah, we see really at the daily level by all the NGOs working in the field, working on the ground. We get lots of phone calls on our hotlines and everything. We see how vulnerable people at the moment are. Large groups of people are in Europe, are very difficult for them to reach services, to get their rights protected and to be identified as trafficked persons. So I'll get a bit more in that also later, hopefully also in the discussion. Now about the new EU strategy. I was very happy to also hear the presentation. It looks, I must say, it looks good on paper. A lot of issues are reflected there. We're also very thankful for the renewed commitment. The last EU strategy was still 2016. So it's very good that there is a new strategy that lasts at least till 2025. And we definitely will follow it closely with all the NGOs. And we're also happy that it actually acknowledges all the gaps in practice. However, we also see that not all the gaps that are actually mentioned in the strategy as such are not all translated into concrete actions. And we can, of course, continue to question, if all the actions that are proposed promote the human rights of victims. And that's clearly reflected in the strategy, that's the aim. But we see not only often in papers, but in concrete actions, but also especially in the implementation of such actions, that it is the contrary, that it's not really the human rights of victims that are promoted, even though the actions try to promote to address the crime. So it's not necessarily the same. For example, we see that in the new strategy, there are no concrete actions proposed to ensure unconditional support, that also Maria Grazia was strongly calling for, and more support also delinking from criminal procedures. And it was exactly also the criticism that we had for the UN Palermo Protocol. And we actually see that the recently adopted EU resolution by the EU Parliament is actually much stronger, for example, on unconditional support and also on access to residence, also for people on personal grounds. And they also call, for example, for more consistency between EU anti-trafficking and migration policies. And we feel that the new strategy is very, very silent about that, about the current, especially now also with the revision of all the migration, the new EU Migration Pact. The strategy is quite silent about that. Another issue that we noticed when I discussed with my colleagues is that the role of civil society is, yes, mentioned. Also, of course, funding for shelters is mentioned. I also saw funding for NGOs abroad. But we feel that the role of civil society could have been much stronger reflected in this new EU strategy. There's quite a strong focus, of course, as always, on law enforcement, also on legal professionals. And there's also more role to be given to EU institutions and transnational referral mechanisms. There's also seemed to be an idea, but it's not so clearly defined yet, for governmental observatory or a transnational referral mechanism. But I would like to say that, of course, the national referral mechanism should really work at the national level. And here the role of civil society is very much essential. So that could have been explained a little bit more. And also because we see that at the moment it's really the NGOs that provide the support to victims and ensure that their rights are safeguarded. And I think we would like to get a little bit more recognition for that, and also to be a little bit more involved in actions and measures planned. Another issue that we noticed, and I think you raised it yourself already, is that we have called continuously for the new EU strategy to equally prioritize all forms of human trafficking. As Mr. Odini said, it's very good. It is mentioned. Before, we always saw a very strong dominant focus on trafficking for sexual exploitation. And still the strategy is calling also for that. But it also mentioned positively several actions, more focusing on labor exploitation, including also, as mentioned, vulnerable sectors. And what we are very happy and pleased about is also to create safe environments for victims to report their crimes. Because we very much see all over Europe that if you talk about undocumented workers, people working in irregular sectors, for example, like sex work, it's very, very difficult for them to report the crime. And unfortunately, the strategy does not really come with concrete actions, how this safe environment would work in practice. It is mentioned, but we would have liked to see a little bit more concrete actions on that. And another thing that we do miss is that, yes, all forms should be addressed, but there's hardly any mentioning, or actually no mentioning, of forced criminality, forced begging, trafficking for organs. And these are in particular the forms that hardly no one knows about in Europe, that we lack the expertise, the practice. Also, we hardly get any referral of such cases to our shelters, to our NGOs. So I think, this is a missed opportunity. The European Commission should really work also on those forms. Another issue that we saw, which was, of course, quite expected, there is a lot of focus on demand and the call for the criminalization of the knowingly use of exploited services and the products for victims. This is very strongly, at some occasions, reflected in the strategy. It was also strongly reflected already in the resolution by the EU FEM and LIBE Committee that was adopted in February by the EU Parliament. But we worry about that especially because in practice it always focuses on the sex industry mainly. It often conflates trafficking and prostitution, and in practice it means very often that that state starts to criminalize sex work or clients of sex work, and this leads often to increases of violence and other human rights violations of sex work. At the same time, what we're also worried about is that even though we have been advocating for that if you want to address demand, you have to look at all the different forms, that broadening the criminal liability to criminalize all those that knowingly use services which possibly or might involve exploitation could also be very dangerous and impractical because, where do we stand? All of us buy clothes, buy products, buy chocolate, go for a massage in Thailand, maybe eat fish, it was mentioned already. And how should I or all of us know that we were not aware? I mean, I think we are actually, and that was also mentioned by other speakers, we are all aware that exploitative practices have become structural. So we know how the fish is made, we know how our clothes are made. So in that sense, if we really go for broadening criminal liability, we all can be criminalized, and we worry a little bit how that would work in practice. And I hope that the European Commission will really look into that and analyze also this much more. How realistic is it? How practical is it? Especially also if we see that human trafficking is already so difficult to prosecute and to prove. It was just also mentioned just by Mr. Odini, but also by the other speakers, is that we see that many investigations, many court cases are actually do not end with successful prosecutions. In that light, two more comments also on this paragraph on demand and prevention maybe is the European Commission seemed to want to revise the current EU directive of 2011, also claiming that it's already quite old, it's 10 years. For us, that's a bit of an odd argument because there's a lot of legislation, including at the EU level, for example, the 2004 compensation directive, the residence permit, which is actually much older and maybe need more urgent revision. So we are a little bit surprised that the EU Parliament, but also the Commission now is promoting a revision of the directive, especially because we see less the need, especially if it's just to try to ask member states to criminalize demand and the use of exploited services. This can possibly be dealt with under trafficking legislation. And also we feel that it might be a little bit of an excuse again for member states to stop the correct implementation of the directive. And it's really time that we focus on the correct implementation of the directive. And also, I would like to quote Kristiina Kangaspunta here, and also Mr. Olivier Odini, himself, what he actually said for the UN Palermo Protocol. We can say the same for the EU directive. We think the time is not right. We can end up with a much weaker instrument, and we better focus on the implementation. A couple of more points, in relation to the implementation of the directive. It was said we all also know what the gaps are at EU level. Hence, we are also a bit skeptical about another evaluation of the directive. We know exactly what the problems are, and it's actually also reflected by the Commission itself. It's reflected by the FEM and LIBE Committee, who did a report this year. There was an external evaluation already of the directive. There's very regular monitoring reports. So we just think that if there's another evaluation, it will produce the same results. Victims remain undetected. The prosecution and the conviction rates of perpetrators remain terribly low, and there are very big gaps in the adequate protection and support. There's also something very positive to mention, of course, about the demand focus, and that was mentioned already by Mr. Odini, is the binding due diligence legislation that also Maria Grazia called for. It's very, very good progress. We follow this with care. And it also makes very clear the new strategy that the Commission itself, but also EU member states, should be much more transparent also about their own supply chains and government procurement policies, and really critically also assess their own work and really ensure that they are free of forced and exploitative labor. Unfortunately, there's not much about, Grazia mentioned the malpractices of recruitment agencies. We also see at European level the letterbox companies, the Posted Workers Directive, all these instruments that are misused at the moment. It's so difficult. I mean, trade unions also call for that. It's so difficult to follow and to really address it. Sometimes we see very severe cases, but still those cases are not identified as human trafficking, and victims just continue to work and to remain in very exploitative situations. So we really think there's a world to win on those issues. A last point is about strategies in the digital age. You highlighted it, especially for this event, and the strategy indeed calls strongly for improving data recording, data reporting, data sharing, and also to obtain more reliable data, because that's continuously said we have lack of data. We do, as NGOs, we do support it. We do feel that there is data needed, but we do always have to question ourselves very much, why do we need the data? Is the data indeed needed? What is done with the data? Because we see a lot of data and researches that no one is using it. And also we see a lot of difficulties in practice. For example, the new GDPR is raising issues also for people to share data. Now we have to have consent of people, of course, to share data with between different NGOs, between different companies. So that's definitely an issue, and more guidance of the European Commission is needed here. Also, we see that there's clearly a lack of uniform registration at the different EU levels, due to which we can hardly compare the situation in the different countries. And lastly, what we think that if we call together for more data, we should really use this data also to look really at the protection of victims, how to ensure that the protection of victims is guaranteed, how can we ensure that, that this data is used to monitor victim rights. What we really lack as NGOs is data, for example, how often is a reflection period granted, how often a residence permit, because we see that in practice very often no reflection period is granted. Also, how often is compensation paid, how many Dublin returns are there, and are these people with a Dublin return being able to report the crime? Have they been able to get assistance also upon return? There's hardly no data there, and of course we collect this data, but we think that if state authorities would also make this data more available to us, to NGOs, we could definitely really ensure to protect the rights of trafficked persons. I'll leave it here. Maybe later I can comment to some other issues that you possibly might raise. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to. It would be good, if Mr. Onidi was still here, to hear his immediate reaction to a few of the things, because you are leaving, so this would be interesting. So I'm not aware. Can I see that? Is Mr. Onidi still available?
Of course. I mean, when
could you just an immediate reaction, not to everything, because it was quite a lot, but the relationship between decision makers and or authorities and the NGOs, this is vital, this is important, and this needs improvement. So maybe you can say a few things on this. Please, you have the floor.
Was very good to be able to have like a first reaction, especially from Suzanne. I think I take all this as very encouraging first, because clearly, I mean, this is a strategy. So like all the comments regarding, the need to be more precise, etc., I fully take, and clearly this will have to be rolled out into very concrete elements later in the implementation of that strategy. I think on the different aspects linked with some of the inconsistencies or perceived inconsistencies with the legislation on migration, legislation on social legislation, and so on, it is addressed in the strategy. Here as well, it's not addressed in detail, but this is a message we have heard, we have understood, and which we share from what we got from the civil society. There are a number of things that we need to make like either more coherent or also more precise, and this will be done. I mean, we have already quite a number of working meetings foreseen on the migration aspect, on the social aspects as well. The role of civil society, I mean, I cannot every 3 paragraphs underline how important civil society is. I think this is the mantra of the whole thing. We say it, I think, from at the beginning, and yet nothing could be done in this field without the role of the civil society, clearly. And most of the support actions we will roll out will be actually at the benefit of the civil society. That is absolutely clear. So otherwise, I thought that was quite a good first set of constructive criticism, and definitely aspects that we will look at together, and in the rollout of the strategy, address in the best possible way. Huh? Helga disappeared.
Yeah, okay, sorry, I lost my micro, so just try to... Yeah, thank you. As a first reaction, it's something, certainly we will have to go deeper into that in the coming, but there will be other possibilities, to be in contact. But I would like, what I can do, what I can contribute to that is simply to encourage you to really get in touch, and to really involve NGOs, those who work on the ground, who do the job on the ground, really, and to really link it. This is what I would like to encourage, and so thank you very much for your immediate reaction on that. So let's move on. I would like to ask now Rizat Piotrovic from, as I said before, professor, university professor, and has long worked with the Council of Europe and with Greta. And let me immediately ask you, so what do you think about this new strategy? I guess you had a quick look at it, and what would be your opinion on this new EU strategy?
I always like to be asked about a question about something I have not read. I haven't read it because, as you pointed out, I'm a university teacher, and I spent a lot of time lecturing yesterday, actually face-to-face, not online, which was a great pleasure. But I nevertheless feel competent to respond, because why should I let the fact that I've not read something stop me from commenting upon it? And I'm going to do that. But thank you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to take part in this event. I'm really delighted to do so. I would just like to clarify that I was the vice president of Greta and not the head. And I, of course, do not speak now for Greta because my mandate expired at the end of 2020. So I'm very much speaking in my own capacity. But I was also, for 2 terms, a member of the EU's group of experts on trafficking in human beings, which was wound down, I think, rather unfortunately, in 2015. And I did notice in the last 3 years or so of my membership of the EU's group of experts that the focus seemed to be moving inexorably towards an interest in trafficking for sexual exploitation at the expense of other forms of exploitation. And Suzanne has alluded to that, and she has read the report. And I very much hope that the EU will, and I think I see signs of that, take more of an interest in all forms of trafficking for exploitation. I think that's very, very, very important. I've heard a number of people speaking already this morning, and there are so many things I would like to respond to, and I'm not going to do that. But I want to focus on one or two things, and in particular, I think Maria Grazia Giammarinaro has talked about maybe a new instrument on trafficking, and I'm very cautious about that. I think you have to be very careful what you wish for. 20 years ago, at the request of the Australian government, I took part in the global consultations organised by the UN High Commissioner for Refugees on the Refugees Convention at the age of 50. And it became very clear to me that a lot of people did not want any revision of the Refugees Convention because they were scared they would end up with something less than they already had. And I think it's a good thing that there was no revision of the convention. And similarly, I think I'm not so critical, maybe I'm a bit naive, but I'm not so critical of the Palermo Protocol as some people are. And I know people criticize its focus on law enforcement, but that's all it was ever intended to be, and at least in the European context. And my experience is very much in Europe, so I'm not really speaking for other parts of the world. In the European context, we have quite an extensive legal regime because of the Council of Europe Convention, which every country, apart from Russia, the Russian Federation, is a party to. We have the EU directive for, roughly half of the countries in Europe. There is a lot of hard law and soft law out there. And in my view, I would rather see more effective implementation of that hard law and soft law than the adoption of yet more instruments. In fact, I get worried about the plethora of instruments on human trafficking that have been and are being adopted. The most recent major one, I think, would maybe be the CEDAW recommendation from last year, which I think was actually quite a disappointment. I don't think it adds anything at all. It repeats a lot of stuff, and maybe provides another forum for the repetition of some issues, but I think it's wrong in some things and I think it's unhelpful in others. And so what I would rather see is more, as I said, effective implementation of the current legal regime. And if I may briefly bring that round to the issue of COVID, which was, if you like, the headline issue and something I've been thinking about. As a member of Greta till the end of last year, I can tell you we had very significant challenges in trying to monitor under the restrictions imposed by COVID. We would normally conduct about 11, maybe 12 country monitoring visits every year, where we go, we spend a week in the country, we talk to the NGOs, we talk to the international organizations, we talk obviously to the government departments, we visit shelters, detention centers. We really try to get as comprehensive a picture as we possibly can of what is going on in the particular country. Now, we managed last year 3 country visits because of COVID and the lockdown. We also did 2 what I might call partial visits or online visits, one to the UK and one to Latvia, and I took part in the visit to Latvia. I say a partial visit because our actual visit had to repeatedly be postponed because of the ever-changing situation under COVID, because of COVID-19. And finally, we organised an online visit in Latvia I think it was in late November or early December. And so I'm sitting at the same table now that I was sitting at when I was talking to people in Riga, asking them what is going on with regard to human trafficking. And in a way, doing things online is better than doing nothing at all. But it's a major issue. You cannot visit a shelter online. They can take you around with a camera, sure. And even more importantly, you cannot really see people face to face. You get a feel for when people are telling you the truth or not. And you cannot tell so easily when somebody is lying. And I've seen people lying to me. You just know they're lying. And then you can go and corroborate it sometimes and you prove that they've been lying. Now, of course, people very often tell the truth as well. So there are big, big issues with regard to the effective monitoring. And Greta has also highlighted the greater risks to traffic people because of COVID-19 and the fact that they are perhaps not as free to move. They may be more vulnerable to exploitation and so on. And so there's a big issue with that. And I want to just take a couple of minutes more to mention a couple of things. I think Maria, Grazia, or Mike spoke about the effective prevention, and I understand exactly where they're coming from. But the issue of training was briefly mentioned, and I think training is frankly a farce in many European countries based on my monitoring. It is ad hoc, it is unsystematic, and there's no attempt to ensure a continuous and continuing program of training of relevant professionals. And you know, people retire, people change jobs, people move on all the time. And then country X will tell us, oh, we ran 3 training programs last year for 60 people, but they can't tell you what they actually did. Did it last 1 hour, 1 day, things like that. The training is, in my opinion, extremely weak and extremely variable, not in every country, but in general, I think it is. And something different that Suzanne mentioned, and I want to allude to, I think is very weak in almost every European country, and that is effective access to compensation for trafficked people. Every legal system, just about every legal system, allows people to claim compensation if they have been the victims of serious criminal offences. But the reality is that that is extremely difficult in many cases. I would like to finish on a positive note, or what, well, I think it's a positive note anyway. Last month, in a case that went on for more than 10 years, the European Court of Human Rights finally decided in a case against the United Kingdom, so maybe it's a punishment for Brexit, I don't know, but the European Court of Human Rights decided that the United Kingdom had violated Article 4 of the European Convention because it had failed to apply the non-punishment principle in the case of 2 young Vietnamese guys, aged I think about 15 and 17 at the time, who were apprehended growing cannabis, which seems to be a big thing, as Mike said, amongst certain Vietnamese people in the United Kingdom. And the court made it very clear that an effective implementation of a state's obligations under Article 4, in other words, the prohibition of slavery, forced labour and servitude, an effective implementation of Article 4 requires a full application of the non-punishment principle. And I think that is a very positive development in the European context. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come back to a few of these issues in the next round, but thank you very much for this insight. I would let me move on to the next expert and speaker. This is Manfred Buchner. This would be the national level. So to say, he's head of Men Via, working with exploited men, and we would like to hear from you. How is the situation? I remember very well when we started doing that. You know, it was somehow also complicated. You know, to install something, and still it's there. But of course, it's always a question of funding and this and that. So maybe on issues where there is competent experience and knowledge, we could also ask, or it would also be helpful, the EU level coming in, you know, and using this as a model for other parts, you know, because there is no need to be to tell others, oh, well, here we do it, but in all the other countries we don't do it. So let's hear what it is about your problems, also about the positive things, and what you would, how you would see the situation. Yeah, do we need something more, or is everything there? It just needs to be done. Yeah. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Helga, and thank you to all the people that were talking before. I found it really very interesting and very fruitful, the discussions already we had. And also thank you, Helga, for inviting me and for addressing the issues of men. And you also talked about the funding. It's still like this, that we with Men Via always have a critical situation with fundings from time to time. Yeah, but it's getting better and more stable. But it's still an issue we deal with. Yeah, our own funding of our work. Yeah, it's really question. Also, I think every NGO knows this problem, that we could do much more and could be more effectively if we had more staff. Yeah, actually, in the last year, I was talking with my colleague Markus, who is also in the head of Menvia, and we said, okay, we would need at least 2 people more, yeah, to do all the work that really came and then to take care of the men that come to us to Menvia, victim support, and yeah, this is a big issue. So also on this level, it's about money. Yeah, on many levels, it's about money. I would like to share a few insights from last year and this year concerning labor exploitation, and especially on the field of construction work, where we had cases and have cases right now where human trafficking is the case and exploitation is the case, and also the area of agricultural work that was already mentioned, and the harvest workers. Yeah, men and women are affected strongly in Austria. But first, and there is some maybe also promising practice in Austria going on when there is a combination between outreach work, prevention, and protection, and NGO work, as does Menvia and also does IBF in Austria. But this I would like to put in the end. I would like to start with a remark on Mr. Onidis' talk, an interesting phrase. He said that exploitation and trafficking and exploitation in general is doing harm to our democracies. Yeah? And this I would very much like to underline. The exploitation is bad for our democracies. It came to my mind a counseling episode with a few years ago already, a man that was exploited in forced begging in Vienna. Yeah? He came from a transition state from Bulgaria. And it was like this, that after a really bad divorce from his ex-wife, he had a personal crisis. He became addict to alcohol and he found himself on the street. And since in Bulgaria, like a few years ago, like still today, if you have this situation, you have really very little social support system. Yeah. I always tell that also in other countries, like when you lose your job, yeah, you still get about 60 euros per month, which maybe you can buy food for 1 week or 2 weeks, yeah, but you cannot survive. This is different than in Austria. You have some social net for many people, yeah, but you don't find it in other countries, in the so-called transition states. And we talked with this man. He was very intelligent, yeah, really intelligent man. And we talked about, okay, how is the situation in Bulgaria and how was it? And he said, you know, all these problems happened when democracy arrived in Bulgaria. Yeah. So he didn't see that, you know, as we were happy 1989 and 1919, that this communist regime changed and fell down and the Iron Curtain fell down. Of course, we are very happy and I'm very happy about that. Yeah. But he didn't experience that this made his life better. Yeah. But the situation arrived where the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And democracy wasn't for him a good word. Democracy for him was a word that was linked with lack of social security. So don't understand me wrong. I'm not in favor of any totalitarian regimes, but it was interesting for me that democracy from him was not a good word, because democracy meant for him lack of social security, and this is. Shows how broad the problem of THB, of trafficking and exploitation is. As already stated, it's in the center of our societies. And if you look at European Union, also we have this problem. How was the transition done in the 1990s, and is it even now? Yeah, we have big inequality, and also in the COVID crisis, we read that even inequality is rising, and this is a root cause of trafficking, as already mentioned. And this is a strategy which should not be done, which should not be. This is a problem where we need a strategy not only when we talk about THB. It's a big has many sources. Yeah, this problem of inequality and of lack of social security, especially in the transition countries. I would like to share just a very new case that we deal with since 2 days. We decided to tell you a little bit about this. In the area of construction workers, 2 days ago, we got a phone call via a trade union that in the second biggest city in Austria, in Graz, there are 12 EU member Bulgarian citizens working on a construction work in an enterprise. They reported to us. We have now daily phone calls with them. Yeah, we already have phone calls also with labor inspectors and other actors, and they report about very strong labor law violations, about social security law violations, and also some indicators for trafficking. They are very determined that they want to do something against it. Yeah, they want that the construction sites they're working in and also the rooms they have to stay in, because the rooms they have to stay in, they made photos, they are really in a very bad condition. Yeah, no possibility to stay safe from COVID, and very inhuman living conditions. And they also want that police and other inspectors come to make a control there. Yeah. And they say, okay, we want to do this. We have families at home that are dependent on the little money that we earn, but we make a risk. Yeah, we do something against this, and we want to, and we risk that then we lose this job. Yeah. And very soon, those men, if it continues this way, will need the shelter of Menvia to have a place where they stay, and they also will need the food that we and livelihood, supply of livelihood. And then, of course, we will accompany them to different legal steps. So this is very new and fresh, but it's typical what we see also during COVID and the last months, because in Austria, I already heard from many sides, and we could read in the newspaper, the construction sector is booming. It's a little bit paradox. We have the COVID crisis, but the construction sector is booming. And in 2020, we had some cases, a handful of cases that came to us. Yeah, with many group case, with many affected men. We opened criminal cases in 2020. We have a big case in the very west of Austria, in Vorarlberg, where also the exploiters used a lot of violence and a lot of intimidation in order to exploit the victims. The perpetrator is in prison, and we're waiting, and we hope that the state prosecutor will raise an accuse against the perpetrator. This probably we will know in April or March. One problem also I'm aware of is, which was not addressed yet, that when we come down to labor exploitation, sometimes it's the impression that it is bagatelized. Yeah, that it's not really taken serious. For example, I was asked in an interview in last year, October, okay, victims of labor exploitation, do they need a safe shelter anyhow? Yeah, because they have their place where they live. Yeah, and also are they traumatized was another question. Yeah, and this was really showed that, okay, if people of labor exploitation were like, they get no money, they get like 2 hours, 3 hours, yeah, an hour, yeah. And how comes the assumption that they have like a secured living situation? I don't know how this question could arise. Yeah. It was really had to make it very clear, and also to talk about traumatization. This is one thing, yeah, but you need to see that the money that is not paid, the social security problem. Many men have really serious and chronic health problems that come from labor exploitation. Yeah, so this bagatelization of exploitation is, I think, a problem. Of course, also maybe we don't want to look at it as it was already addressed many times today, because it affects the center of our societies. If you think about construction work, it's something that is needed. It is something that is needed. We need houses, we need offices, we need places to work in, we need places to live in. So construction work is in the center of our society, and we have the impression that what we see is only the top of the iceberg. Yeah? Now let's shortly shift to labor, to the harvest work. Here also we saw many very shocking situations in Austria. There was also much media reporting done with situations like, as I said, 2 or 3 euros per hour that people get with extremely long working hours during the day and also in the night. With also intimidation, with really very undecent working conditions, with people that get sick. One man that we supported after some years of exploitative situations, he could not walk, he could not carry something, and there was this danger that he would be an invalid forever, and not being able to do physical work at the age of about 40 years. Other victims, other people that we heard about or talked with, for example, they don't get sufficient retirement pensions after like a period of 20 years, where they weren't aware of what happened, and so when getting into retirement and being in the home country, they face a situation where they get 150 euros a month, after 20 years of really heavy work. And these are things that it's kind of positive. Many people in Austria are quite angry about that, and are quite sad about that. And there is and this was good, there was done much media reporting also in 2020, and many people now know about this problem. And what really helped in the last year and also now is that we have cooperations with NGOs, with other NGOs, with trade unions, and there is this campaign of Saisoneri. Maybe we can talk later of this, that really go out in the fields, that talk to people, that inform about their rights, and that help us to identify affected people. Menvia and also Leve UBF for the women is part of this campaign, and there's some little positive steps have been taken. Right now in spring, there is a new worker center that opened in Vienna to do outreach work, to intensify the outreach work and to contact people that work in the agricultural fields. And so some small positive steps also have been taken. And but there's still much more needs to be done. Okay, I think I finished now. And I hope that I could give you a little insight in the practical situation of our work and of the men that we support.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much to come down, to the very problems, to know what's going on. And now I jump again back to the European level. I would like to ask Mr. Peter von Bedlenfalfi, the Executive Director of SEPA, to take the floor and to ask him to come back to the problem that human trafficking is a complex issue, that so many organizations, so many agencies at EU level, if we look at that, are involved. And it's not an issue which is separate from other things. It is linked with migration, as we heard, with exploitation, labor exploitation, this and that, various forms. So isn't it very complicated? How optimistic are you that at the European level we can really make a change? We have Frontex, for instance. We have the various DGs. I mean, with the new EU anti-trafficking coordinator, maybe this is an advantage that he knows quite a lot of DGs and can combine the issues. But how would you see as being, on the one hand, apart a bit, but on the other hand also advising various organizations. We have the European Parliament, we have the Commission, we have, all the agencies. Is there a way of doing better, or would you say it's so complicated, it's so diverse that we will continue as we did until now? Please, you have the floor. Switch on your micro.
Yeah, thank you very much, Helga. First of all, I would like to thank you and the organizers for inviting SEPA to this very interesting event. You have the ability always to bring people in NGOs who are working on the local level, then academicians, then big organizations, then the European institutions, and all of them who contribute in a positive way to the issue you have broached today. As you know, SEPA has been created to address issues which are by and large unsolved on the European level and which are inherently European, like organized crime, like trafficking, migration, environment, etc. So we have a number of events behind us, and we are planning a number of also open public events, but also some events, let's say, behind the closed door where politicians do not want to speak publicly. And this issue which you bring up brings me to the reply to say, yes, I agree, and this is my speech with you, what you said. It's very complex. And in fact, I must say, I was with great attention listening to all the interventions today, as in particular one of the last ones by Professor Petrovich from UK. I fully would subscribe to that, what he said. Maybe we don't need more instruments to complicate the issue. We would just need more monitoring. We would need more devotion. We would need more Europe. What is happening today is that the member states, especially certain groups of member states, are very much fragmenting the work you have started, and many others when you were minister, and ancient commissioners like Gradina, Vittorino started in this issue. They have no interest to supply and to strengthen the European dimension of it. And they have those member states, I don't want to name them, but probably all of you know what I'm talking about. They have interest to weaken the European instruments, to weaken the human rights instruments, the civil liberty instruments. And there is a backward movement on the European level. So to conclude that, I would say it would be just good if we would have more monitoring tools for the instruments we have created, if we would have more monitoring and support for the European tools. Now, what happens, and you mentioned it also in your introduction, we have more and more instruments to criminalize, to strengthen the European and the national criminal laws and the prosecution and the police action against perpetrators. But on the other hand, Maria Grazia and actually all the speakers have mentioned, we have less and less, and I have mentioned it during the past years, we have less and less court cases. We have less and less asset recovery cases from the type of victims. And at the same time, Helga, we have more laws and more very complex texts. I mean, you just, I'm sure you did, if you take into your hands the most recent, just a few days ago, past communication of the European Commission against organized crimes, you cannot read it if you are absolutely not an insider in the comitology, in the work. It became a bubble, and NGOs can probably not use it. So what we need, and now what Mr. Odinidi said very, very nicely, diplomatically, and I liked it very much. What we need is a bit of a light in the tunnel, which way to go for the NGOs in this jungle of competencies, of different mandates of European agencies. You mentioned, for example, Frontex. Just to tell you, for years since the Frontex was created, and you know very well that we have pushed Frontex to take up this issue as a priority, and they did, in fact, at the beginning of 2013 and 14. You remember we organized in Warsaw the first meeting of the 5 or 6 main European agencies dealing with security and partly dealing with the THD to sign up a document on agreement to fight trafficking, to prevent the trafficking, and to recover the assets and rehabilitate the victims. All these initiatives became much weaker today. And I just can hope that this new, as Mr. Onidi said, this new impetus on the new strategy will bring something. I hope so, but I am not too convinced, because again, I just keep for a word, if you allow me, with an example of the Frontex. Frontex is being now suddenly accepted as one of the lead European agencies on migration. Well, I'm sorry, it's not nothing to do, or just very little to do with migration, and it has to do very little also with the trafficking, although it implies much of the practical activities that this organization is dealing with these subjects. And at the same time, as I mentioned, the European level is lowered in this organization. There is an administrative board which is running the Frontex, and member states have the main say on security. It's purely security. And the European Commission has, in my opinion, or in my knowledge, just one vote in this administrative governing board, and is unable even to correct administrative and internal proceeding of these organizations. You probably read all the articles, critical articles during the past months, which were happening around the Frontex. So NGOs have absolutely no access to these cryptic organizations, which are becoming more intergovernmental. So the situation, just to recapitulate, is becoming more intergovernmental. And there is more a push towards the right, towards the right-level populist movements. There is more push towards the national decision-making, not towards the European decision-making, which means, again, that I have to say that very clearly the European Commission is becoming a cash machine for the national authorities, and the national authorities, depends who is running them, will decide to what extent we allow human rights to be a priority, to what extent the trafficking becomes a priority, and to what extent we have to implement the existing legal instruments. There is one point, or more points, but I will not address them all, but just one more, Helga, if you allow me. The European experts group. You remember well when we had at different times, even beginning of 2000, when you were still chief coordinator of the OSCE for all these complex subjects, we had prime ministers there. We had the responsible foreign ministers, ministers of interior with us when we created the Brussels Declaration. It was a European push. It was a different climate. If you compare it today with the situation, it's an immense change. We are working in little boxes. We are becoming less connected, although there is an absolutely new element to the whole situation through the COVID, as you mentioned, and through the artificial intelligence. And what I find that the new strategy, for example, for the trafficking, for the fight against the trafficking, which Mr. Onidi has mentioned, doesn't show too much in that way. What is the strategic way out of it? How to use artificial intelligence, how to use the connection or the disconnection to the big internet companies. What is the role of the NGOs and what is the role of the government when relating the private sector to the public sectors? We know very well what the governments want from the big companies. Two things only. I'm just being very simplistic on that. The one thing is to tax them to get more money in the national and other budget situations. And the second thing is to get the know-how to control, to have mass control. What you have today is the main technical issue, and we have, whether we like or whether we don't like it, we have to deal in this particular field you are broaching with the question of mass surveillance using biometrics. Are we really just taking the mass surveillance as a fact, or can we or do we have any breaks, any possibilities to maintain our civic liberties, our human rights, and to pull the red line right now on the European level to such use of the technical instruments linked to the internet? The big companies, yes, they would cooperate with NGOs. There was a very good initiative a few years ago, in fact, by the European Commission. The European Commission has sent a very highly competent team to Palo Alto and to California to negotiate with the big companies like Facebook, like Google, etc., like Amazon. Exactly the technology and the brakes, the control they can use against terrorism, against pornography, against child pornography. The big companies would cooperate with the NGOs, would cooperate with the institutions which are devoted for human rights and which are fighting against the trafficking. But they would need more political pressure because it costs them a lot of money. It's not a simple thing. It's a very complex thing to detect all these symptoms and to develop traffic cams or algorithms to fight trafficking. So I will finish here because I would like to reflect, of course, of all aspects of your complex questions and of what was said. But today, just to say that if we are not precise, if we are not really devoted to control what is happening on the European and on the national level within Europe, then we are going to lose a bit of grip over human rights, over the fight in trafficking, because the political atmosphere, the political trends in Europe are reversed, are not as the one in the 90s when the Berlin Wall has been falling down and we had new perspective and new ideas in Europe. It's a different situation, and we have to be very vigilant that by creating new legal instruments, and I think it was said by some of the previous speakers, we would just undermine the progress which we have achieved. For example, when you were still coordinator, or when you were still the federal minister in Austria, responsible for those things. So here I finish, Helga. I don't know whether I responded. I tried at least to respond in a way, but there is much more to say on the European agencies, on the, if you want me to say later, on what we would expect from the European coordinator on trafficking. It's a very hazardous, it's a very demanding task, especially since the bureaucracy on the European level has become much larger and at the same time much weaker. They are really, I repeat, they are becoming an executive secretarial body. The European Commission is becoming today a secretarial body of the member states. And this is a very bad development for the trafficking, for human rights, for civil liberties, and for all those concerns you the previous speakers and you have voiced so well today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think two things. Certainly, we have to admit, that recently or in also lately, we don't really involve politicians on the issue of human trafficking. Yeah, so it is it's no longer high at the agenda, I would say, although the problem is a very pressing one. This is one part. And the new challenges with digitalization, or you mentioned this artificial intelligence, this is a problem, and we are not really going deeper into that, but we should. And I would simply mention that there is an open letter out from NGOs and other organizations to those responsible at EU level, and they ask for a closer look at artificial intelligence and what it means for people, how it restricts freedom, our freedoms, our basic rights, etc., etc. So this is certainly something we have further to discuss. So thank you very much. So we have another half an hour to discuss again, to come back to certain points. I don't know how I should proceed now, because I cannot see you all. Could I see all the participants? Because then I could give you the floor when you feel you would like to respond to certain things, because there was quite a lot we addressed, and we should go deeper into. So who wants to take the floor? Can I see that? Maybe, I don't know, not all at once, sorry. So, Kristiina. Kristiina, would you
Yes, I can take the floor. But I don't know, previously you wanted me to say something more about the situation which we have found, so I can also do that. But just to say that there are quite a lot of discussion now that for example, that the forced labor should be more raised and so forth. So just to give some statistics to understand the situation better, which we have found. When we looked at our normal assessment of victims, which are of course detected victims, so they are not all victims, but only those which are detected, we continue to have the same situation as previously, so that women in sexual exploitation are the most detected victims in the world. So this is the picture which is continuing, but in Europe it is a bit different. And I just actually looked, and in Europe the detection of men and boys compared to women and girls is 50-50, so it's 50%. So in Western Europe and Southern Europe, which is mainly the European Union region, there is also detection of other than women, which also is reflected in the forms of exploitation. 44% of those detected victims were in sexual exploitation, 32 in forced labor, and 24 in other forms of exploitation, which is quite different than in many other parts of the world. The situation is quite unique in the European Union. So this is something that I wanted just to give you as a background, so that you can, because in a way we are speaking very much now that forced labor is not sort of like seen and so forth. I think the situation in Europe is not quite that anymore, and there is more of this detection of also other forms than sexual exploitation. So we need to remember that sexual exploitation still exists among the victims, so we cannot ignore it. And also women victims, they are still in the majority. So it needs to be sort of like balanced. We cannot throw something out when we bring something in. So I think this is something to be remembered. The other issue which I heard very much was that we are very, very low with with the convictions and criminal justice responses. So this is indeed the case, but of course we don't know why this is, because we couldn't really, in very few countries, we can establish the actual prevalence of victims of trafficking, the total prevalence. So the low number of trafficking cases might be because there are no cases or because they are not prosecuted in a successful way. I think that they are that it is the latter, so that there are no prosecutions, but really we need to keep in mind that also the situations are changing. And for example, in the Western Balkans, which we studied, we published this year actually a report. No, last year now it is. Last year a report on organized crime. It was clear that the trafficking in persons was in a decline. So the situations are. We also need to recognize that we have quite stereotypical picture of what is happening, and I think sometimes the evidence is not supporting it. Also, there is an global increase in the number of convictions or convicted offenders and in the number of victims. However, this is not because of Europe. This is because of other regions, because they are actually coming. They have much more identifications or detections, and they have also much more convictions. So in the European level, specifically Western Europe, it is quite stagnated, even though it is stagnated at the higher level than other regions. So it is much higher than other regions, but it is it's not going anywhere. It's not going up or down, or there is some, of course, some variation, but basically the basic line is at the same level. So what we also looked at was which is one of the topics of this, and this is a new issue. We looked at the COVID situation. And I first want to say that we had a new data collection, which when we looked at the court cases, completed court cases, and we wanted to go beyond the statistics to see what actually is happening with these court cases. We also recognize that, of course, it is only those which are prosecuted cases and successfully prosecuted cases. But what we saw was, which is very interesting, I think, is that the biggest reason before the trafficking experience among victims was an economic need. More than 50% of cases, and we analyzed around 500 cases, so more than 50% of cases where this was indicated had an economic need as a precondition for trafficking. And I have also heard that many people are speaking about the people who are vulnerable. And I want to ask, what do you mean by people who are vulnerable, and what do you want to do with these people? Because I think it would be much better to speak about the situations which are leading to vulnerabilities, because otherwise you really risk some of the human rights issues if you start to really, first of all, label people as vulnerable, even if they don't want to be vulnerable, and then you start to impose some of the mechanisms to, in a way, prevent their trafficking. And I'm just sort of like asking, what do we mean, or what do you mean by this sort of like prevention before trafficking happens? I think it would be very interesting to hear. And the last part which I want to raise, or actually, first of all, with this economic need, there were also other reasons like children who are without parental care, and then there were mental health issues, migration. There were many issues which we actually identified, but economic need was the biggest one. And that's why, for example, we also looked at the previous crises to see the COVID issues, and always when there was an economic crisis, it seemed to be that the trafficking increased. This at least happened in some of those economic crises. So what we are expecting is that because economic need is so intimately one of the reasons, or so clearly one of the reasons behind trafficking, and when we are expecting after the COVID pandemic that the economic situation is going to be really worsening, that there will be increase in trafficking, specifically from those countries who have suffered a lot economically to those more affluent countries. So this is what we have seen also previously. And the last thing which I want to say, I'm sorry to take, hopefully I don't take too much of the time, but we also looked at this technology and digital technology, which is connected to trafficking. We once again studied the convictions over the years to see what was happening in this field. Indeed, the digital involvement in trafficking cases has increased, or those cases where there is this digital involvement, and we also need to recognize that this technology is present at all stages of trafficking. It's not only the exploitation which is virtual or recruitment in social media. It is at very many stages. And I think this is something which is happening, even though we also once again need to remember that there are also more sort of like traditional fashion of trafficking. But this is something which is really we need to face. And this is something which was not there when, for example, the Palermo Protocol was established. And this digitalization is changing very many of our concepts and our ideas of trafficking, because, for example, we now we usually speak about the internet, like origin countries and destination countries and transit countries. With the digital flow, we don't have this. I mean, people are trafficked somewhere, and the exploitation can happen in another place. And sometimes also the exploiters, the recruiters, the traffickers and the victims, they never meet. And also the victim actually stays in this exploitative situation forever nearly. So it's really, I think this is something where change needs to happen in our own sort of like thinking, and also then with the action which is trying to prevent or combat or trafficking or support victims. I think there is something which really for the whole community, trafficking community, needs to happen with this sort of like a form of trafficking. I will stop here now.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Yeah, very good. I could imagine that Mike would like to say something, and Suzanne and Rizat and and so on. So please, Mike, maybe first. Prevention, vulnerability, how to do that? You know what?
Yes, you may notice I usually avoid using the word vulnerable. I don't see people as being particularly vulnerable unless they really have disabilities. There are all sorts of factors that make people vulnerable. But what I have referred to was particular social groups who are disproportionately trafficked compared to other people from their zone, from their area. And there we can see that it is usually not just because of low income, it's also because of some discrimination factors. It's also because of some cultural factors sometimes. I've been very sad over not 20 years, but 30 years to watch a particular pattern of emigration from one part of Nigeria to Europe, mainly of women and girls under 18 as well, into the sex industry, and to have seen a lot of those in Europe who said they were responding, talking about Nigerians or West Africans without seemingly locating the precision with specifics. Who was coming? What was their profile? It was a very specific ethnic group and culture. Not all the Nigerians, not all the West Africans, and so on. So let me add a few points about the long view. I'm going to take advantage of my white hair and say, well, let's think. Back in the 1970s, 1977, a Spanish journalist published an article about the situation of grape harvesters in France. At that point, coming out of the dictatorship, a lot of the wine industry in France depended on Spanish workers. And the journalists didn't use the word trafficking or slave labor. they said the conditions of workers were similar to those of concentration camp inmates. So not very good. Not many prosecutions. Last year, there was a prosecution in France of a group of people in the Champagne area, and 2 of them were convicted of trafficking. Others, a few others, were convicted of keeping workers in inhuman conditions. And the one company that was prosecuted was acquitted. So despite all our focus on due diligence obligations of companies, actually it seems that in Europe it's quite easy to shirk responsibility. If you're a corporation, you can say, well, we didn't know that this labor provider was using unacceptable methods. It wasn't our fault. Now, there is progress there. Just last week, we've seen the European Parliament approve a text that relates to corporate liability, corporate responsibility for what happens in their supply chains, what happens as regards labor providers and so on. So there could be ways forward. But if I go back to that Spanish example, almost 50 years ago, what we're saying is that not just in Austria, the harvest results in abuse, but systematically across the continent. And that systematic pattern, I've seen it in the last 10 years in Sweden, in northern Sweden with berry picking. In Greece, we saw the case again of strawberry pickers. Last year, a UN special rapporteur visited southwest Spain and said that the workers were living in migrant settlements in conditions that rivaled the very worst he'd seen anywhere in the world. This is happening on an ongoing basis, and some of it involves trafficking, all of it involves offenses against the human rights of individuals, and yet nothing gets done. 6 months after the UN Special Rapporteur was in Spain, the ombudsperson in Spain, the Defensor del Pueblo, called for an end to the degrading situations in which workers have lived. This year, the screaming is in the opposite direction. It's all about COVID restrictions preventing the arrival of migrant workers and therefore sabotaging the economy. But you know, there's an absolute lack of consistency, an absolute lack, I would say, of political will to tackle many of the problems that are under our noses. So it's not just an international instrument, a new one that's needed. It's really to formulate an agenda and priorities for action. And institutions like the Council of Europe are playing a major role at the moment. They are pushing an emphasis on the issue of what is called very technically trafficking in human beings for the purpose of labor exploitation. But we need that to be picked up and see some political will, not just in Europe, elsewhere, but particularly here in Europe. And maybe it's later this year during the European harvest season that we'll see again be able to measure whether anything substantial is happening. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Richard to continue on this issue, you know, so Council of Europe, and please.
Well, I agree entirely with Mike, and I'm not going to repeat what he has said, but I do very much think we should focus on effectively implementing what is there rather than coming up with some shiny new initiative, some shiny new instrument. I think that is rather futile. And I would like to add something about vulnerability, and I understand that Mike said he doesn't like that word, and I think I understand why he said that. But I would like to say something briefly about people who are at risk. And one thing that really has concerned me in the last year is that certain European countries simply refuse to accept that somebody who has been trafficked to another country might be in need of international protection, be it refugee status or complementary protection. And I'm not going to name any names here, although I could, but they're simply saying, no, it's not possible. And last year, Greta published a guidance note, and I was involved in drafting that guidance note, where we I think very carefully and coherently place the obligation to provide refuge to people who are at risk of being trafficked in future, to place us firmly within the international legal obligations of the Council of Europe member states. And I think that much needs to be done for these countries to accept, not to simply deny their human rights obligations. And this is what one or two countries are doing. They're saying, no, you're wrong. And they don't engage in saying why we're wrong. So I have a real problem with that. And real people are being put at risk because of this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Suzanne.
Thanks, Helga. Yeah, it's difficult because so many good things have been said already. Just a couple of comments. I do very much recognize also what Richard just said about certain group of people, and also the Dublin returns, for example, and also the need that EU member states really take up the protection and provide this access to protection. But I think especially Evelyn Probst and also other people will speak about this more in the afternoon. So I will be short on that. What I also think that we should look at is indeed a lot of new groups are coming to Europe, and hardly no one is also looking at them. We see that in Poland, in Slovakia. We see a lot of Asian migrants also, and we try to raise more attention for those groups, but they're really, really quite vulnerable, and that also seems somehow not to look at. And also, I mentioned it earlier, the misuse of a lot of possibilities that are in place, but that's also because, of course, migration is so difficult. There's hardly no fair migration. There's hardly no possibility for people to enter legally. So that remains a very difficult issue. And the last thing maybe to say, because I know we have limited time and there's more people maybe to react, is it was very interesting to me what Kristiina also just mentioned and raised the figures. And if we talk about sharing data, comparing data, things like that, it's already interesting to me that actually the UNODC is publishing different figures on EU than the EU itself. I mean, the EU European Commission published the new strategy, but then they come with other figures. I mean, they still talk about 60% sexual exploitation, and still talk about 70% women mainly. We also see, so I don't know exactly the difference there, but maybe different years are taken into account, or is this done on purpose? But what we definitely see among our members, there's this large increase of other forms, trafficking for labor exploitation. And having said that, if it would not have been so difficult to trafficking for labor exploitation actually successfully prosecuted, I think the figures would already have been different. Lastly, we hear a lot about technology and recruitment and all that, and of course it's very relevant and it should be addressed, but I would like to raise also the issue that sometimes technology should also still be seen as a tool, and that not always, sometimes it seems also a bit of an excuse not to really address the exploitation, also not to address the exploitation within the IT sector itself, because sometimes it's also a bit, how you call this, clean washing or greenwashing, that the IT sector is now active addressing human trafficking, while a lot of things are actually happening in their own sector. And lastly, if we talk about data, I mean, if I ask our member organizations, they do not have the data exactly how many people they assist have been actually lured into human trafficking because of using the internet, whatever. A lot of this data is, of course, at the moment not reported. Was it just a phone call they got? Was it a family member, or were they really on the internet? I mean, we know it's happening a lot, but it's not recorded as such. So would also be interesting if there's time to also see what evidence UNODC has found on that. But that's where I would like to leave it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much, Suzanne. And I give the floor again to Manfred.
Mm-hmm. thanks. Yeah, technology, just one remark, is also a thing where we can reach people. It could reach people last year, and also which helps us collect evidence when victims make pictures of the rooms to live in, of the places to work. So it has many, many, many aspects, the technology thing. Yeah, vulnerability, I try to be short. It was a good question raised. What could we do? I mean, I think there's many, many things that could be done. Maybe from a psychological perspective, you know, it's like to take this perspective. We are people, human people have needs, have basic needs. Like we need to eat, we need to get clothed, we need to supply for our livelihood, we need health support, and everywhere where, you know, these needs are not met, yeah, people get vulnerable. And so there's many measures that could be taken. I also agree vulnerability should not be seen as a trait of a person, but vulnerability is the result of a situation in combination with a person. It's the same like we just discussed about resiliency. It's really not true that we see it in a person. It's a situation that a person lives in, yeah, and has no other choice than choose for a bad job or for a bad offer. Yeah. And so all actions that are done, yeah, that reduce these existential threats, yeah, like I talked about transition states, yeah, like if we strengthen healthcare, if we strengthen social security, reduces vulnerabilities. It's that simple. It's not so difficult. This is also from, it's a big issue, social standards in the European Union. And one thing to mention, an initiative I heard about, and I didn't read enough to really to judge it exactly, but there was this initiative concerning harvest work. You know, the European Union spends a lot of money on the agricultural sectors, as we know. Much money, yeah, and there's this initiative, I think, of Portugal to combine the funding in the agricultural sector by the EU, to combine it with that there will be no violations of labor law or social law in the enterprises that get the money. Yeah. I think you heard about it, maybe. Yeah, this would be a very good idea. I think I didn't think it through exactly. Yeah, but I think it's a very good idea. If the European Union gives money to enterprises, to agricultural farmers, to farmers, yeah, then it should not be given if there are labor law violations or social law violations. And I think this would be one step to reduce a vulnerable situation, would be one contribution which I think could be one good step. Yeah, okay, that's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And maybe Peter von Beblenthal, you would like to say a few words? We have a few minutes, and then we have any way to stop. So please, you have the floor.
Okay, so you gave me the chance to speak for 1 second. Okay, so vulnerability, I would see it in a slightly modified context, since you call your seminar or your conference now in relation to the COVID and to the problems we have today. It's one of the root causes. You have to address it, because now in this economic situation, which will just evolve to a very negative dimension, you will have, if you like, more vulnerability or more of concern of the root causes for people to become victims of trafficking. And this will happen. This will be a trend. It's just beginning now. You have more isolation. You have more absolutely catastrophic situations on the private market, in the sectors of tourism, of the restaurants, you know it very well. And we will have more cases, we will have more concerns. And in such situations, such grave situations, I would expect much more ahead thinking from the European institutions, like from the Commission, much more insight and leadership. If you read the very recent strategy, there is very little on it. I mean, there we have to spend more time. So vulnerability, you can discuss it to the end of your life, but you have to put it in the political and in the economic and social context of today. And this is my concern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, and anyway, to focus at the root causes, it's not new, I would say, but it has a new dimension. I agree. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we come. I mean, of course, we could continue. So, but let me, for the moment, yeah, let me thank you very much for this. Most interesting and most engaged discussion. We will have a short break and continue at 2 o'clock with another group of renowned experts, more or less, on this issue. And of course, we would like to meet you next time in person, and we would like to invite our multipliers, you know, to be with us so that we can better communicate. But under the circumstances we have at the moment, I think it was an excellent discussion. It was, and really, it was also for myself, you know, having been dealing with this issue for so many years, it's always something, a new aspect and a new approach and a new ideas of what to do and how to do. But certainly I think we will have to think also how to involve politicians again a bit more into this, you know, so, and not only a few, but in general, to make it an issue at the political agenda again. So thank you very much. You were fabulous, and we have now a break and continue at 2 o'clock with the others. Thanks. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our second part of the expert talks, which are part really of our annual international expert roundtable. But due to Corona and COVID, we have to do it in a different way. So we are connected online. A few of experts are here on site, and we will hopefully have an interesting discussion. We had already a discussion this morning. Maybe some of you have had the opportunity to follow this. But for those who are with us via live stream, let me say that this is in the framework, takes place in the framework of the Regional Implementation Initiative on Preventing and Combating Human Trafficking, where we would like to move on, to look at what can we do better, what do we know, how do we need to cooperate and collaborate in a better way. And it's also a very critical discussion we will have. Our guests today are long-standing, very experienced, renowned experts from various countries. We have guests here, we have experts here from Austria, from Scotland, from UK, from Italy, from Serbia this afternoon, and I am sure it will be a most interesting and fruitful discussion. So let me introduce the speakers. I start with Kirill Sharapov. He's Associate Professor of Applied Social Sciences at Edinburgh Napier University. In his research capacity, he is also affiliated with the Center for Policy Studies at Central European University in Hungary. He let me see, because you can find, of course, his longer CV and his bio at our website, and we probably sent it also to you. He is with us for several years and has done quite a few interesting studies, and we are keen today to hear more about that. I can cut short all your merits and what you do. So his research focus is migration, human trafficking, etc. Then I would like to introduce Klara Skrivankova. She is an internationally recognized expert with us for many years, you know, so we learned from her and from others. She's a recognized expert on business and human rights, decent work and modern slavery. She has been working in the field since 2000, so more than 20 years, starting as a program manager in La Strada, Czech Republic. Then she moved to UK and managed the programs of Anti-Slavery International. She focuses on business human rights programs. Of course, she publishes, like the others too, like Kirill, of course, publishes a lot, does training with various groups and people. She was a member of the EU experts group on trafficking in human beings, one of the previous one, the former ones, and she served for several years at the board of the UN Voluntary Trust Fund for Victims of Trafficking and on contemporary forms of slavery, and so on. So we are very happy to have you with us, and looking forward to hearing your input. Then we would have Helmut Sachs. He's not. He will arrive. He is somewhere outside, but will come. Will join us very soon. I come later to him. He is a key researcher at the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute in Austria. He was member of Greta of the Council of Europe. experts group on action against trafficking in human beings. His focus is on human rights and also on child rights, so we'll come to that later. Then we have with us Maria Andjelkovic. She's from Serbia. She's the director of an important NGO there, the NGO Astra, meaning Anti-Trafficking Action, and she has also a long experience in working there, and also a lot of patience in moving forward anti-trafficking in the region, in the country, in her country and in the region. And he developed a special methodology, and she supervised the first anti-trafficking SOS hotline in Serbia, etc., etc. So very welcome. We are very pleased that you made it, you know, in these times, in COVID times, to Austria. But she did it, yeah? So that's fine. Thank you very much. We are very pleased to that. So we have Evelyn Probst. She is from Austria. She's the coordinator of LEFE. This is the Intervention Center for Trafficked Women and Girls since 2000 in Vienna. They were the first, you know, to look at the phenomenon, at the problem, you know, and told politicians, really, myself, by the way, we learned from them, you know, that there were things going on, you know, a mixture of migration, of exploited women and girls, and human trafficking, etc., etc. So she is a psychologist from profession, and of course does a lot of training and and actually also today she is involved with students, and she made it possible to change, you know, the working hour, and to join us this afternoon. And we have a deal so that next Friday we are going to focus again, or to work again together with her students. Welcome. We are very pleased to have you on board. Then we have Stefano Volpicelli, also, if I may say so, an old friend and an old critical expert on anti-trafficking, and he is a sociologist from profession, specialized in health-related matters. He's an expert in capacity building interventions on assistance and protection of vulnerable people, as well as in social research. He was involved in many programs addressing various aspects of social vulnerability, such as the prevention of juvenile delinquency, and of the use, abuse and misuse of drugs, and the improvement of access to quality of healthcare for vulnerable customers, such as drug users, people living with HIV, and irregular migrants. This is just to give you a short impression of his working field. So thank you very much for being with us and discussing with us. And last but not least, I don't see her at the moment, we have here Eva Blank-Sandhofer. She is Chief Inspector of the here. Welcome. She is Chief Inspector in the Criminal Intelligence Service of Austria, has a long professional experience in the fight against human trafficking, but today she is here in her function and position as being part of Europol, and we will later on discuss what Europol, you know, can do, or what limits there are, or what problems you have also experienced as a police from a police person, or from a person in the area of executive agencies, etc. So welcome everybody. We are really happy to have you on board, and as I said before, we had already a long session this morning, so it was also quite interesting. We would have liked to do it in another way. We would have liked to have a physical presence, to see the reactions also of the people, of the multipliers we normally invite to these sessions, but we try to make the best out of it, and so we are here and have a few experts here on site, and the others are with us online. So the issue we would like to discuss this afternoon is to look at, in the morning, let me say first that in the morning we discussed, do we need a new strategy for the digital and post-COVID age? And now we would like to focus on how other priorities have trumped human trafficking and eventually do more harm than good. So in this session, we would really like to encourage you to come to the point, what's wrong, you know? What do we do which does not really work? And of course, we would like to hear what you think should and could be done better, you know? Because we would like to move forward in anti-trafficking, and the situation that human trafficking still exists and is not even diminishing, and in times like now with COVID and the digitalization, it's a problem, and maybe we are already a bit late in realizing what it means, yeah? But I know that you are the experts to have spent intensive thoughts on that, and we are really interested in hearing from you. How do you see that? So I would like to start with Kirill, asking Kirill Sharapov to start with his impression. I know he's very critical on the European Union, on others, you know, and please just give us an insight, and then we come back again with questions or with comments or whatever. Please, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Helga. Thanks everyone for being in this panel. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for, I can see we've got 52 people watching us now on YouTube. So the very short title of my contribution, I was just thinking how to phrase it, and I came up with the title, Expanding Circles of Failure, the Rise of Bad Anti-Trafficking and What to Do About It. And I have to say that I'd like to acknowledge my colleague John Mendel from the University of Dundee, who we are working together on many of these issues. And I'd like to start the account of some of the cases of bad anti-trafficking, and then perhaps put some radical ideas, so some of my colleagues could find them radical at the end on how to counter that, with a reference to the tragic accident which took place in England back in summer 2019. And after fleeing the war in Sudan, Mustafa Dawood died in Newport in England while trying to escape immigration officers who were carrying out a raid at a hand car wash. And of course, in the UK, we have this notorious car wash app which you can use to report your suspicions that people who wash your car are victims of trafficking or modern slavery. And Julia O'Connell-Davidson, my colleague, a critical academic who researches and theorizes human trafficking versus modern slavery, argued that Mustafa risked and lost his life, not because he was naive or ill-informed or had been told lies by employers to control him, but because he knew what would happen if he was found working on the car wash. That's why he ran away from law enforcement. That's why he ran away from Home Office, who was there to rescue him. And she's saying that, like many other migrants and asylum seekers found working illegally in hand car washes in recent years, the chances are that he would have been taken to a detention center and eventually deported. In March this year, we came across another fascinating and equally disturbing account of anti-trafficking reported in Vice on Operation Underground Railroad, or OUR. And some of the details, for example, the use of a psychic medium in guiding anti-trafficking raids, were surprising. So they used this shaman to tell them where the victims the shaman felt were. However, what was most striking that after this detailed account of harmful and ineffective aspects of these organizations' actions, Vice reported that OUR future seems by all appearances to be bright, and this is correct because OUR is still able to raise a lot of more money and to continue and expand its activities. In 2020, we looked at a range of anti-trafficking apps developed primarily with the public money or donations. And our article starts with a quote from Cut It Out app, which was developed by Alove UK, which is the Salvation Army for young people, on how to make a positive difference on the lives of women currently suffering from exploitation across the world, including women trafficked for sexual exploitation. And the anti-trafficking advice this app gives goes like this: get together with some friends and cut out some card in the shape of a large cross. Are there articles, adverts, or news items in your newspapers or online that you really think need praying for? If so, cut them out and stick them to the cross and write them on there. While you're doing this, pray for all of those situations. In our 2016 research, we also highlighted the increasing trend to securitize everyday life online spaces under the pretext of fighting crime, including pursuing human trafficking networks. And some references to this kind of online that we need more control were made in the morning panel. Governments and policymakers like a lot to talk about human trafficking networks. But network itself is a very interesting concept. By definition, a network has no end. It can grow on and on and on and on, which means that anti-trafficking activities, which have also been taken the form and shape of a network, have no end either. They can grow and grow and grow in this kind of ever-expanding circles of failure, where the banks are now suggesting to control our transactions, or to have the artificial intelligence to look at the movement of money in private accounts to detect the signs of trafficking, something that is coming from the United States. We also spoke about the phenomena of docufictions, this kind of awareness-raising videos which attract public funding and which present a very specific and narrow perspective on what human trafficking is and how the viewers who these videos are targeted at can do, and very little, in fact. And again, in 2019, in their article on modern slavery corporate statements produced by major retailers in the UK, Russ and Gregorio highlighted how useless and inefficient the statements are, kind of a smoking screen, a pretense of concern and engagement. In my work, I'm sort of arguing that all of this anti-trafficking is very much unilinear, monological, teleological, and extremely elastic, and I very briefly explain what all of this means. It's unilinear because it has this one-directional, future-facing goal of more raids. We need more border control, more prosecutions, more convictions, more rescue, and more awareness. And this, to me, seems what this newly released strategy is all about. Any serious engagement with the negative impacts and failures of these actions are overshadowed by a fairly limited number of very specific success stories, the number of prosecutions or the number of successful raids. It is monological and claiming to be true for all victims and all members of the general public who may be spotting the victim or who may be victims themselves at some point. It is teleological in that it's aimed at a known outcome, no victims and no criminals, rather than securing the rights of millions of migrants, female and low-wage workers moving within and across borders daily, COVID or not. And it is elastic in that the end point is always near. We just need one more anti-trafficking strategy, one more, there you are, directive, one more conference, one more awareness-raising campaign, yet the end of trafficking never comes, calling as a consequence for more and more of the same. So all of these examples are a striking reminder of one issue in the anti-trafficking movement. There is little apparent action taken to curtail ineffective or harmful activity. Individuals and organizations are often satisfied to be doing something or doing more, even when there is no good reason to think that what they're doing is beneficial, nor any robust appraisal of risks and harms from anti-trafficking action. And we are making a call for 2 actions in response to this. Firstly, a defunding of some parts of the anti-trafficking industry and a significant curtailing of what is dealt with through a framework of anti-trafficking, as opposed to, for example, workers' rights or wealth distribution activism. One cannot eliminate the exploitation of thousands of fishermen exploited in Thailand, something that was mentioned this morning, or hundreds of thousands of garment workers in Bangladesh and India through the anti-trafficking action, and by relying on anti-trafficking strategies, however often they are released and renewed by the EU. And secondly, where an anti-trafficking approach is the best option, and there are some amazing examples that some of my colleagues on this panel could probably bring and discuss, where anti-trafficking approach as currently conceived does work, there still should be a more critical appraisal of which approaches work and are an appropriate use of resources and which do not work. So that's my contribution, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from all the panel members on their thoughts about this, the harmful elements or the bad examples of anti-trafficking, and what can we do to address those.
Yeah, thank you very much. To start with, that's fine, but we would also like to hear from you afterwards what your experiences are, what works and what doesn't, and what is the wrong approach, in certain to certain issues. But this can come afterwards. So thank you very much. I would like to move on to Clara. Clara, welcome. Clara Anskrevankova, independent expert on trafficking and business and human rights. It's interesting what you did. So you have experience, an NGO experience. You have experience with a larger international organization like Anti-Slavery International, and now, so to say, you are on the other side. Trying to find out, which projects to fund also, because they are meaningful and not, or not. So this is quite interesting, and I would like to give you the floor for your first presentation.
Thank you very much, Helga, and great to see you all on screen, unfortunately, but maybe at some point in the future we'll be able to have again lovely discussions in Vienna, much more heated discussions. I think you can have in person. We can engage much, and I think some of the subtleties and some of the constructive dialogue is much more difficult online, but great that you were able to organize the event nevertheless. And I think I'll hopefully pick up on quite a few things that Kirill has already mentioned, but the way I have been thinking about priority and what it means if trafficking is or isn't priority is a lot about funding in many ways, because if an issue is a political priority, money is invested in it. But throwing money on a problem doesn't actually mean that you reduce it. And in fact, and Kirill has pointed it out really well in some of his examples, you might not only do nothing to resolve the problem, but actually contribute to making the problem bigger or more challenging. And I think the UK is quite an interesting example in that, because for a period of time, modern slavery, well, a term that was in a way invented by one of our previous prime ministers, was a big political priority for the Home Secretary and then the Prime Minister. And there was a lot of money invested in dealing with modern slavery. And to be fair, some of it has created impact. And I think one of the things I would say that we have seen as the greatest impact is the awareness around modern slavery and how much people talk about modern slavery, both in the public domain, but also organizations, those that previously didn't actually consider modern slavery and trafficking as an issue, But is it all a good thing? I think the examples that Kirill has already given, and I'm not going to repeat them, it doesn't necessarily mean that things get better. And one interesting example could be, while there is money to fund research, to fund projects, to fund vanity projects sometimes as well, let's be honest, there is very rarely sufficient money invested into actually really measuring what works. Is there impact? And I remember, Helga, Evelyn, back in 15, 20 years ago, talking about bad prevention campaigns, how much money was wasted on prevention campaigns. And that continues in many ways. But there was a very interesting document that got published, I think it was last year, it was an evaluation of the funding that the UK government has given to projects to deal with modern slavery, mainly sort of investment through the Overseas Development Fund. And overall, the evaluation actually showed that very few of the projects that were funded had any impact whatsoever. And the few that had impact, they were actually, while they were framed as modern slavery interventions, they were actually not dealing with cases per se. They were focusing on dealing with the underlying issues. So, for example, targeting poverty that puts people at risk of being exploited. And there were models of cash, for example, cash transfers that were linked to women and girls on Myanmar. So there are some very, very practical examples where actually interventions that were more in the development space and organized by organizations that are focused more on dealing with issues of poverty, perhaps discrimination and exclusion, when they are framed as anti-trafficking interventions, they can actually have significant impact. But what that means is actually bringing the anti-trafficking money potentially into domains that are not labeled as anti-trafficking, but might be developmental interventions or workers' interventions. But very few of those are analyzed in great detail to be able to tell us what actually works. Sometimes simply giving people a bit more money so that they have got a choice whether or not to take and abroad work may be the best thing that you could do. And interestingly, some of the former Department for International Development programs that were most successful were direct cash transfer programs. And there is an interesting model. And I know there is debates, for example, in the European context around universal basic income as a model of potentially creating some basis for people to have at least a better negotiation power. So I think the key for me is that we have spent a lot of money and we have talked a lot about why trafficking needs to be a priority without actually saying, well, if it is a priority, what does it mean and how do we spend the money well? Because there is also a recurrent theme. There isn't enough funding to do all of these things we want to do. But actually, I often see there is enough money to do a lot of things because a lot of projects are just, and that's governmental projects as well as non-governmental projects, are driven by availability of funding rather than actually the other way around. Lobbying and advocating for funding because there is a need and proper analysis of what will work. And I think that for me would be a real challenge for if we want to ensure that trafficking remains enough of a priority on the political agenda, it needs to be defined very clearly. What do we mean by that? And we don't, and I think we don't mean more of the same. I think it's the important point for me would be to really focus on it is a priority because, or it needs to be a priority because it actually touches on a lot of things that affect people who are not necessarily victims of trafficking, who might well be at risk. And that's where we start talking about workers' rights. That's when we start talking about inequality and discriminations, violence against women and girls, for example. That's where we start talking about restrictive migration policies. And all of these are very, very difficult questions. And I think we still haven't quite got to a point where we can actually say, look, we've had 20 years, and I think it's quite an unfortunate situation that in the year of 20th anniversary of the Palermo Protocol, COVID happened. Because I think if we were able to be in the room together and have some really robust discussion, we could have been much more pushy around reflection on, we've had 20 years of global anti-trafficking. What does that actually mean? And what have we learned? And what do we stop doing? And what do we push for? And I know some events happened, but I don't think there was anything I would say that was particularly helpful in terms of actually, what is the theory of change going forward? What change do we need to see? And I agree with Kirill's point. There are situations where law enforcement and sort of rescue strategies and strategies around organized crime are absolutely right and proper. And if we look at the situation, for example, that's going on in Libya, and you've got a lot of people that come to the UK and other European countries that have gone through extreme slavery situations in Libya, trying to get to Europe, and then in Europe are being scrutinized and not believed. I think there is an argument for that. I think there is an argument for, again, going back to the fisheries conversation that I know was mentioned in the morning, there is a very strong argument about the lawlessness of international waters, and who else than the navies can actually access those vessels. So there are arguments for very sophisticated criminal justice measures and organized crimes operations, but they are not an argument for raids on car washes. The situation in car washes, the situations in construction industry, in the agriculture, that's a basic workers' rights situation, and it's where labor inspectors need to be leading the way, and that's where trade unions and organizations that work in that space need to be leading, and actually workers themselves. And I think that's the other thing. There are a lot of organizations that have sprung up where workers are trying to organize themselves, to push. There have been some really interesting examples. And again, I think taking examples from not the trafficking field, where it's not labeled as anti-trafficking, but actually workers or those working with workers, for example, pushing for their rights. There's some really interesting examples. There were in the UK in the past few weeks, there have been examples of Uber drivers really effectively pushing against Uber. And just yesterday, there was in the media that those drivers have actually succeeded in a case in Amsterdam, but because Uber is at European headquarters of Uber are in Amsterdam, so they acceded in the court. But actually, what that means is Uber needs to reinstate some drivers that they have basically what Uber calls terminated in London. So and these are really, really interesting models, how those drivers have used their data and technology to actually fight against a company that says with the driver. So I think there are some really interesting strategies, and if we broaden the horizons from sort of the narrow crime fighting approach that still, I think, dominates the anti-trafficking sphere, and actually think about what are the issues that workers face, for example, and how do we use those strategies to effectively target the underlying issues that we know lead to people being exploited in the trafficking context, I think we will be much better off. So I think for me, keeping trafficking as a priority is important, but with quite a few caveats. Not a priority only for crime fighting and for also enabling governments, again, to use the anti-trafficking framework to clamp down on immigration, which unfortunately we are seeing very strongly again in the UK.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. Just a few words. Of course, money is important, because without money you can't do anything. Yeah, but of course we have to be aware that, and I very often said, not only now in this situation, that there is enough money around. It's just a question on which project on what we want to spend it. This is what the crisis tells us. In reality, for the first time, it's not a good moment, but nevertheless. And the other thing is what is important. What you mentioned, and also Kirill, is we must probably get away from this narrow view on human trafficking. So that it's more. It's exploitation. And to see who determines what we have to deal with. So normally it's the donors, to strongly determine, where we go. And so this is maybe we can discuss it later on a bit more, because those who give the money should understand, but to teach them to understand what they should fund and what they should support, this is also already something which needs quite a lot of patience and input. So, but I think we are more or less. This was also showed also the discussion in the morning that we would have to move from the purely small issue on human trafficking to the issue of exploitation. And the next speaker, Helmut Sachs, who has arrived meanwhile. Welcome. We are pleased to have you on board. I introduced you shortly, saying that you are a researcher and expert at the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute on human rights and on child rights, and on more. Of course, you also further develop your field of expertise. And I know that recently you have focused very much on that the important issue to address is exploitation and not human trafficking per se. So you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Helga. Can you hear me, actually? Yes,
yeah,
perfect.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation, and sincere apologies for this delay or this coming so late after some odyssey to find the right place. But I'm glad that I finally managed. For this first comment in this first round, just to explain, I base my comments on both my experiences from previous years, both in trafficking projects, but also from my Greta background, but also most recently from a study I did on behalf of the Ministry of the Interior on providing a kind of a snapshot on what is the situation of human trafficking in Austria. It's not yet published, so I cannot share it yet. But nevertheless, also this study showed or provided results which exactly go into that direction, which, well, there was a bit of a spoiler alert, Helga, goes into this direction that we should broaden the horizons, as Clara just said, also in terms of not focusing and fixing and getting obsessed with this criminal definition of trafficking, but really get the broader perspective in place. Because also if you take the numbers in Austria, if you look into the number of convictions for trafficking, for the specific trafficking definitions, it's a single-digit number basically annually. It's perhaps two convictions or 9 convictions per year. If you look at the criminal investigations, then you get into a 2-digit number. It's perhaps 50, 60 cases a year. If you look into the numbers of trafficked persons receiving support from LEFE, it goes into the 300s, 3 digits. And if you then take risk sectors in the economy, in terms of like 24-hour social care for persons or seasonal work, you end up in numbers of a risk sector of 5 digits. It could be not social work, seasonal work is about 60,000 or even more workers in Austria. And when you then are a policymaker in the field of trafficking, to which numbers would you actually look? Just to the conviction numbers, definitely not. You would completely miss the point. So also from that study, I think it just confirms that we need to have a broader perspective, which goes way beyond defining trafficking as a criminal offense only, but rather really to see it as part of a social phenomenon, which is exploitation, basically. And because otherwise, for me, if you compare it with the situation of violence, domestic violence, for example, you also do not just look into convictions for domestic violence in order to get an understanding of what is the situation of domestic violence, or you don't just increase the number of security cameras inside domestic homes in order to better understand what domestic violence means. So in that field, I think we are much ahead to the discussion compared to the situation in trafficking, because then this leads to all kinds of implications. If we have that broader view and we accept that trafficking is not an end in itself, but rather it's a means for something else, which is exploitation, and it's actually part of the definition that there is this inextricable link, then, for example, what does prevention of trafficking mean? From my perspective, it means prevention of exploitation in the first place. And here in particular, all kinds of labor markets. And ultimately, exploitation is always about kind of services provided by a person, whether it's now in the context of sex work, or it's in transportation, or it's in agriculture, or whatever. On that level, I don't see that fundamental difference. So really to get this broader perspective into what is prevention of exploitation, which then would also lead to prevention of trafficking. Trafficking is something more specific, and I see much added value to have it defined as a separate offense, because if someone invests criminal energy in the logistics, so to say, behind exploitation, to invest in creating situations of dependency of victims of trafficked persons, to trick them into some situations, to promise them fake jobs, etc., and organizes the transport and creates all that kind of situations of dependency and vulnerability, then that person deserves to be, or to also be prosecuted for a separate offense. But this should not take away our focus on what is actually the underlying issue here, which is the exploitation. And apparently this was discussed before by colleagues as well. And again, apologies that I couldn't spend more time before with this group. But I think that's my main point. So really to have that broader perspective with all these implications for early identification then, to get away from this individualized identification of individuals, but rather to see what are the structural aspects behind. So early structural identification of situations of risk, both of trafficking and of exploitation. And this leads to all these questions of, what are actually the root causes behind trafficking, and to a large extent also exploitation, be it gender inequalities, socioeconomic inequalities, in not properly working child protection systems in the various countries. Just rather to mention some points, I think this also would have implications for the data and collection of information. If we only, as I said, look into data narrowly from criminal law provisions, then again, we will miss the point. For that purpose, I think we need to have a broader perspective of what are the underlying structural dependency situations, the risk situations, can be in the labor market, can be in migration. If you look into the situation of persons not having adequate resident status, undocumented migrants, I think there is full justification for a stronger focus on asylum and the interface between asylum and trafficking, just as The most recent 10th general report of Greta has focused on this interface. So I think, and even Greta itself, in all these requests for statistics, it also started not just to look into the criminal law provisions, but also, for example, include also numbers of presumed victims of trafficking, not just the identified victims, because identification is still very much focused on the criminal law provisions. So I think we really need to broaden not just our perspectives, but our foundations for policy making, including the relevant data. And then this also leads to a fundamental change from my perspective on our understanding of labor market and who are the relevant actors, also from a prevention of both trafficking and exploitation perspective. So what is the role of trade unions in that? Is it sufficient to just fund, and this is highly appreciated also in the Austrian context, that there is support for some civil society initiatives like UNODC or some campaigns to address seasonal work, Saisoniere Kampagne. That's all great efforts, but I think there's a much bigger fundamental shift necessary to define the constituency of trade unions, of interest groups, in terms of labor relations, and that it's not about membership anymore, not about existing labor contracts, considering that there are so many fake constructs and sham constructs in order to just maintain a status quo, which leads to exploitation and to trafficking. So just to come to an end, I think this broadening of perspective is essential. And the final point I want to make at this stage is just this broadening also of not just perspective, but also data and understanding also leads to implications for the monitoring and the evaluation. And like in Austria, we're just in the process of finalizing a national action plan, adopting a national action plan against trafficking. And one of the main aspects will be to set up, hopefully, a working group which further develops what are the relevant information, the data, what is necessary, and how can we ensure effective monitoring and independent analysis of such a broader approach, which goes beyond a narrow understanding and a narrow criminal justice-based understanding of trafficking. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. To start with, we are going to, there was of course a lot. Yeah, we will further discuss maybe in a second round. But of course, most interesting also in the light of the new strategy. In the morning, we discussed the new EU strategy, and we will maybe later on you can also comment on that. I know you had a quick look at it, and most of you certainly. And we will also discuss what impact it has on your work, on the work on anti-trafficking work in general. Thank you very much. So I would like to ask Maria Andjelkovic, the director of the NGO Astra, Anti-Trafficking Action in Serbia. Again, we are very pleased to have you with us. You have a presentation. No, it's okay. So I would like to ask you, I mean, how is the situation? I mean, I remember this is many years ago, you know, where with the Stability Pact, the EU Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe, we worked together and started to develop something, you know, to develop a coordination mechanism, to point to the importance, to the important role of NGOs, yeah, and your NGO has remained. But of course, you are also struggling, you know, with the government, with authorities, with decision makers, etc. And let me just say that the idea of holding this year's international expert roundtable was, or the title was, Human Trafficking Reloaded, and then identification and making identification and justice safe and accessible. Yeah, so more or less we come back to to certain beginnings, you know, because many things have not worked. So let us know how the situation is in Serbia and where the problems for you are and what you would like to see changed. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Helga. You remember stability pact situation, and we remember you coming to the countries of the region and trying to establish national referral mechanism in our countries. And that was like, I think 20 years ago now. But first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to participate live and to listen fruitful discussion this morning and my previous speakers on this session as well. I was listening very carefully, and we started this morning with the strategic and policy level issues. But now I would like to, as someone who is coming from the grassroots organization, I would like to go more on the local level and explain how things are going in Balkan countries and in Serbia particularly. And as you know, Serbia and some other countries of the region are in the EU accession process. At least we are still on the EU roadmap, I hope. So I would like to go back to the things that were mentioned this morning and the EU strategy that came out 2 days ago, and some of the challenges that are mentioned in these documents. And those actually are the same challenges that we are facing for the last 20 years. And now we are seeing the same words repeating in this document, you know. And the first issue is definitely the issue of identification. As you all know, in many Balkan countries, less and less victims we have every year. Less victims are identified. Like in 2017 and 18, more than 100, and then in 2019 only 39, and last year it was 59 because of the COVID situation, but actually less and less victims are identified. So we can only conclude the dark number, the gray number of victims is larger, and there is no proactive identification. In many countries, as you know, still there are no indicators for victims' identification. Even we shouldn't forget that still majority of the victims are women and children for the purpose of sexual exploitation. As it was mentioned this morning, we notice also a larger number of labor exploitation cases of men, which are now more visible. But we have to say loudly that actually in almost all these cases, labor exploitation cases, governments are in close relation to the companies working on the large state infrastructure projects, bringing the workers from India, China, and Pakistan mostly to our region. But at the same time, we are witnessing a labor migration from the Balkan region to the EU countries, you know. And as soon as the case is discovered, the workers are claimed to be illegal migrants and working illegally, and they are deported. So potential witnesses, victims are disappeared, and new workers are coming through the same companies connected to the government bodies. And here I'm talking about state projects, not some private companies only. Also, the second issue mentioned in the strategy, and that we are also have issue with, is access to justice for victims. Our legal analysis showed that each year we have less and less judgments on trafficking. In 2017, we had 44 judgments. In 1822, last year only 10. Why this is happening, apart from some reasons that Kristiina mentioned this morning in the morning session, some of the reasons lying in a very worrying practice of the prosecution, and that is to prequalification of the criminal act of trafficking to smaller criminal act, mediation and prostitution, after which prosecutor decides to make settlement with the trafficker, and victim is not even informed about it, and she of course cannot claim compensation. Also, there is no protection system in place during the trial. Our analysis shows that in 44% of cases, victims are given status of particularly vulnerable witness, which in practice sometimes doesn't mean anything to them, because in majority of the courts we still don't have video links and special witness rooms. And also the issue of compensation is still not solved. Even all of us are talking about that for so many years. In 20 years, only 3 victims in Serbia received compensation, and still we don't have compensation fund. The third issue that is that we are working on for the last 20 years, and now we see that mentioned in the strategy again, is assistance to victims. Assistance is still very weak. It is provided mostly by the civil society organizations. Again, still we don't have enough referrals from the government to the civil society organizations, but the victims is simply sent back with a minimum of assistance, sent back home to the previous situation with no with doing nothing about root causes. You know, they're just sent back home. In Serbia, for example, the whole budget, state budget for fighting trafficking and implementing strategy and action plans for several years in Serbia is 66,000 euros, not annually, but in total. A very small amount of this money is dedicated for victim assistance. So the only way how civil society organizations are providing this assistance is thanks to the donations, European Commission funds, different funds, and other donors, private foundations, and so on. So on one hand, the government is asking civil society organizations to be licensed, but on the other hand, there is €0 in the budget for the civil society organizations, and fighting trafficking, as I said, very low. So what needs to be done, not to talk only about challenges, but also to talk about what needs to be done, is first we need effective proactive measures for identification, and not civil servants who will sit in the offices waiting for victims to come and self-identify themselves, you know. And what we see now, we see many databases, many data collectors who are just referring data and numbers to the researchers, reports, statistic programs, and so on. But after that, not doing nothing with assistance to trafficked persons, you know, with this information. Second, we need wider range of indicators which will help identification and leave no one behind. Astra's motto for the last 20 years is better to make a mistake and identify someone as a victim and give him more rights than he deserves, than to do harm to a person and not identify someone who is really a victim and then violate everything that trafficker didn't previously violated. As Helmut said, we became obsessed with the definitions and formalities and strict indicators. You know, if you have 3 yeses and 4 no's, then you are not victim, you know. It's not the way it works. And also in relation to the labor exploitation cases that I mentioned, but also some other cases as well, we need finally not only to talk about, but also to act regarding the close relation between trafficking and corruption. It's mentioned in every convention, in every document, but actually not many things are done in practice in regard to corruption and trafficking. And as Mr. Peter said this morning, we also need better monitoring of implementation of the obligations. That's definitely true. But I would only add one more thing, and that is that we also need consequences for not implementation of all the measures. For example, we have beautiful recommendations of the CEDAW committee and other UN committees, but some of these recommendations are repeated over and over again every 4 years with no consequences for governments for non-implementing these recommendations. Most of us in this panel are in anti-trafficking field for more than 20 years now, but some of the victims, they don't have all that time, you know, to wait for their rights. And the last but not the least, I would like also to mention the COVID and something that we learned from the COVID situation, COVID-19 pandemic situation. As I mentioned, it was already mentioned on the panel. Now we have several researchers about that. And that is that some trends have been changed during the COVID. SOS hotlines in many countries of the region have much more calls than before. For example, in Austria last year, we had 130% increased number of SOS hotline calls, and we had 44% of increased field actions. Why that is happening? Why that happened actually? First, victims were disturbed like all other people, you know what's going on and what will happen and so on with the whole situation in the world. The second is state institutions didn't react to their calls and needs, so they were naturally more oriented to the civil society organizations who were working 24/7. Also, in 99% of cases, victims were recruited in online sphere. When we started 20 years ago, only 5% of victims were recruited through internet. Now, last year, we had 99% of all cases recruited through internet. But it was, as it was said previously, you cannot provide shelter or medical assistance online. You need to work in person. Even in some cases, we couldn't even provide therapy online because some of the victims didn't have privacy in their homes while they were in lockdown, for example. Still, I would like to mention actually one paradox that happened during the COVID crisis, and it was showed in two cases. First case happened in April last year when the crisis started, and it was a case of labor exploitation discovered and investigated by an excellent prosecutor in Serbia, who found several men aged 30 to 65 labor exploited in the large property in agriculture in Serbia, who were there for several years locked down. And even it was a lockdown and police hour, he managed to collect enough evidence and fully prepare everything to accept the victims. I must just say that in Serbia, we don't have shelter for victims, not for men. Now, also, we don't have it for women anymore. So he contacted civil society organizations, organized everything, organized even testifying through the video link, which is not practiced even in the normal situation. And now it resulted with the first trial for labor exploitation in Serbia ever, and it's going on right now in this moment. The second case happened 1 month ago in March 2021, when the Constitutional Court brought the decision, the first ever decision on trafficking, on violating Article 26 of Constitution of Serbia for Astra client, who was a child victim who was sexually exploited, and after she reported the case, she spent 7 years in the criminal court system, after which prosecutor decided to do prequalification of this criminal act to mediation in prostitution and to make a settlement with the trafficker. During these 7 years, there were 27 hearings, out of which 17 were not held because traffickers and their lawyers were not present, didn't show up, and the victim came every single time to the trial. Also, she never received any protection from the prosecutor, neither from the judge. Even our lawyer requested that many times. So actually, Constitutional Court in this particular case acknowledged Greta reports in Serbia and all relevant international and domestic laws, and concluded that Serbia has everything in place that we together with you built for the last 20 years. Everything in place that we needed, like excellent law, national referral mechanism, national anti-trafficking coordinator, anti-trafficking bodies. But actually, all of them didn't do anything to use the power they have to prevent and protect this particular victim. And the Constitutional Court highlighted that trafficking is too serious crime so the prosecutor cannot quit the act that easily and do prequalification, but must go till the end of the case, you know. And the prosecution, also they concluded the prosecution and judge in this particular case gravely violated the rights of the trafficked person. and also even they very often they don't give any compensation. In this particular case, they concluded that there is no amount of compensation that could compensate what she has suffered, but they granted compensation 3 times bigger than they usually do. And what I'm trying to say now, that for years now we are advocating for the systematic approach in fighting trafficking and not only ad hoc solutions, but COVID crisis actually showed that system in place, generally speaking, is not working properly. But after these 2 examples, we have to understand that the system consists of real individuals, like the victims are real themselves, you know, and these individuals in the system should take responsibility for their work. And we have to do everything to have more professionals like these 2 that I mentioned in the 2 previous examples. So this is for now, and I'm looking forward for discussion.
Yeah, thanks a lot. This was most interesting, as I heard also about this case. At least, you know, one success, let's say. But it reminds me that years ago, when we started, you know, to work in the Balkans, we told the countries that this would be important, if that the proper fight against human trafficking would be important if they wanted to be part of the European Union, you know. And then over the years, you know, this the EU did not put pressure on this issue, specific issue. So maybe you said that your country is in the accession process for the European Union, so maybe we should put pressure also on the EU, you know, that this is an issue they would have also to look into, because this could really spur the developments to the better, let's say. Okay, so we discuss it further. I would now like to ask Evelyn Probst to take the floor. Evelyn Probst, as I said, is the coordinator of the Intervention Center for Trafficked Women and Girls in Austria. We heard several times, maybe you can start with, I mean, there's a lot to say, but you could also start with the problematic situation we have then with COVID and how it affected, you know, your work, but also the situation of victims, of recognized victims, of presumed victims, of others. Perhaps you could give us a short overview on this, please. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Helga. Thank you so much for this invitation, and also you're voluntarily volunteered that you are participating next week in my seminar with the students who are now also participating and listening to that what we are doing. Thanks to my students that they were so open, really to change our program, that they attend a meeting like that and are listening, and then only having the possibility to question all that next week. I would like to give you at the beginning a couple of examples which are actually embedded in the COVID situation of last year and this year, and also related to our recommendations or our demands, what we are having already since also long standing years for changing the situation or having a different perspective on what is needed. We had 4 trafficking related situations which are situations and not individual cases, which showed us with the lens of the COVID that how things are presently. We had the situation of a couple of exploitative situations of seasonal workers last year in the Austrian fields of agriculture. As an organization, we only got in contact with very few people, but the phenomena was in media everywhere. It was that farmers claimed that they don't have sufficient working force and the need to import people, also that COVID restriction wouldn't allow to have people working here. Then they got the government on their side, and the government said, okay, we will import people because you need the working force. And then we found these imported people on farms in the agriculture in trafficking-like situations. We found them in agriculture systems, together with farmers who had been publicly writing articles about their situation and how poor they are, that they don't have sufficient working forces, and then had people working under absolutely very difficult living and working situations. We had the same situation, that it was visible, that finally it was visible that in Austria more than 60,000 care workers are supporting on a 24-hour base elderly people or ill people in their daily life. COVID closed the borders, and so these people couldn't enter. Again, there was the demand of the system that people are needed to work here in Austria. Therefore, it was made possible that specifically these people, especially women, could enter the country. And again, there was the situation that some of them were then closed in a hotel. Due to the COVID conditions, the passports were taken away by the agencies because they don't have to leave the hotel because they're in quarantine due to COVID. And then they were brought to the families. We could intervene, they got their passports back. It was not a trafficking situation. And then we had the situation, or still have the situation, that due to COVID conditions, sex work is not allowed. So the sex workers were not so they are not allowed to work nearly since the beginning of the COVID situation. And the result of it is that now we have a big number of women and transgender, mainly women and transgender, who are having debts, who are dependent on brothel owners, club owners, etc., who are living in flats where they cannot afford to pay the rent anymore, etc., etc. And then we had a nice case where corruption and was detected in the mask production in Austria, where a new enterprise was built up with relation to the present government. And then there was found out that they were like bringing masks from China, entitling them as Austrian mask. And there was detected exploitative labor situation in the field of the supply chain to this mask production. So why do I mention all these cases where there is or not trafficking? Because I totally agree with that which was said before, that if we don't have a broader look on the field, we will not go further in this field to really fight against trafficking. All of that, minus sex workers, but we can debate about that, have been called system relevant areas. So whenever anybody was talking about the specific situation, in the specific situation of COVID, caretakers, seasonal workers, and obviously mass production is system relevant. And especially in these fields of system relevant, we detect severe forms of labor exploitation. What and why? I still, personally, I cannot understand it. I totally agree with my pre-speakers that we need to have a look on labor law, on labor conditions. But we also have to be aware of that we exactly, since a couple of years, but it goes this side, we are liberalizing labor. Labor laws are not existing anymore for certain sectors, or have been already implemented, that labor law is not relevant anymore. For example, in the area of caretakers in Austria, we have about 60 to 65,000, especially women who are self-employed, taking care of care work, taking care of elderly people in their homes. Any definitions what we ever had about what is self-employment, independent employment, and employment is ridiculous in this field. I'm also like mentioning these cases because what I said also when Helmut said that we have about 300 women we are taking care of every year. Yeah, it's also ridiculous. We're the only institution in Austria who is supporting women who had been presumed victims of trafficking, because this is our angle, not identified ones, not like that ones who then there was somebody convicted. So we're supporting between 300, 350. We had a decrease last year. Why do we have in a situation of COVID a decrease? It shows us where is the importance of identification, etc. But I also want to play a little bit with data. As we have heard, we have 65,000 caretakers who are self-employed, who are working here in Austria, who have a migrant background, European Union migrant background. And if you only calculate that 1% of them could be presumed trafficked victims, which is nothing, we have 650, and if we take a figure which is a little bit more realistic, which is 10%, then it's 6,500. So this would be an interesting figure. And why don't we have it? Question mark. I would also like to refer. I would like to go back to this aspect of why did our figures go back last year? It was not that much. We had like in 2019, we supported around 330 people, women and girls and transgenders. And last year we supported about 310 women and girls and transgenders. So you would assume it's not that much. But it's the first time that our figures are going down since we're working. We would always argue when our figures are going up that it's not about more trafficking, it's only about more identification and more access. But what we have seen last year is that the whole society was like closed in their homes. And so the outreach to identify presumed trafficked people, as also Maria said, you needed to do it in person to person. You need to get in contact with these persons, was going down. And so therefore, less presumed victims referred to us. These examples, what I told you before, as under the lens of COVID, specific areas where we knew since years, we know since years that caretaking is one of the vulnerable situations, seasonal work is one of the vulnerable situations, sex work is one of the vulnerable situations, mass production, nobody thought about that, but this is the very specific situation of COVID. But the others we knew since years that this is vulnerable situations where there can be exploitation. It was visible last year, but what was the reaction? No reaction, no investigation, no serious investigation in these cases, no follow-up in these cases from a criminal law perspective, but also from a protection perspective, no reaction. Of course, we managed in good cooperation that the seasonal worker really then got the unpaid fees. We managed that the caretakers got back their passports in 1 hour and they could leave the place there and go on. But do we have an impact on combating trafficking with that? No, we don't have. Therefore, I'm very happy on this debate that finally it was repeated again, that we don't have to talk about vulnerable people, but vulnerable situations, that we have to focus on this vulnerable situation, and that we have to change this vulnerable situation. Now there's a new initiative which started last year where we closely cooperate as LEFE because we see that this is what has to be linked up in the sense of prevention and protection. We are here as an institution for prevention and protection, but our main focus is protection. We're linked up with a new organization which is supporting caretakers and they tried to do a project together with the Labour's Chamber, where we are based now in the moment, that ones who are in Vienna, to build up a better system for caretakers. They really had, they were on a moment to get this project, means, as Clara said, money to be able to work with, money from the right institution, because it's not only money, it's also money from the right institution, to get a joint project with the perspective, changing the labor law conditions of the caretakers, getting them out of the independent field, getting them in the labor protection field. In the last moment, the Labor Chamber said, no, we don't intervene in this field. So it shows us that there's too less political will to change vulnerable situations in the sense of prevention of trafficking, but to focus again on a nice strategy, and I mean it cynically now, where the focus of the EU strategy is on the criminal element. We as NGOs are demanding access to human rights is the base of prevention of trafficking in the broader field, but also the base for having successful prosecutions and having a prevention of further crime or vulnerability. But it doesn't work out. As Suzanne already said in the morning, we need a change of the residence permit directive of the European Union, which still only focus on the victim as an instrument, but not as a person. We need the change of the compensation directive, because we know that trafficking is about money. One of the women we supported as a victim of trafficking, of sexual exploitation, got via the support what we are doing, access to a new job, because this is one of the aims. We want that the women are self-sustainable, and one of the things is earn your own money, get a job, and then you are independent. She got a new job. The new job was in the supply chain of the mask production. She was not paid. We intervened, and then she got the money. Yeah. So this was not a trafficking situation. It was one phone call demanding you pay, or we go to the labor law court, and they pay it, because obviously. But this has to be included. So it means access to rights in the sense of compensation, because the money has to be paid. Access to residence permits or international protection, because this is the base on. Then to go further, this is one of the good examples what we did last year. Also, there was COVID, that we really mentioned, really could do an extensive report on the actual situation on access to residence permits and international protection inside the European Union, which is called part of the REST project. But actually, also what we found out in this report is nothing new. This is what we know already the last 20 years. Now it's like scientifically based on analysis of the system and the figures and etc. But what we know is that nobody has interest in having a common database, for example, or common figures, and how many victims got access to residence permits, or how many of them got access to international protection, how many Dublin cases had been there and were properly referred to, etc., etc. Now we find in the strategy a nice frame on international referrals. Do they mean easier returning of victims beside of getting them access to rights? What we know is, and what I also want to mention is that also we have to get the figures of non-punishment and the implementation of non-punishment. Because if we don't secure that, the other side is always winning. Means what we see and what has to be done the next years, additionally to that, what was also already mentioned, is a really implementation of outreach to the people, where we really can promise, and in the hard version of promise, that there is an unconditional access to rights, because then this breaks into the system where the other side is always winning. Thank you.
Mm. Yeah, thank you very much. There's a lot to further discuss, because of course, but important that we come back to residence permit. Yeah, we sometimes over the years we have forgotten that. So it's really important. You cannot protect properly victims or presumed victims of trafficking if you expel them as quickly as possible. So these are the basics. I remember, 20 years ago we discussed that, and meanwhile, yeah, we see that these things are important, and that in crisis times, issues which are not properly done, or protection measures which are not properly done, they exacerbate in crisis times like COVID, etc. So we are going to discuss this further. Thank you very much, Evelyn. And I would now like to give the floor to Stefano Volpicelli, researcher and independent expert and consultant. I would say he's our man, our critical man in Italy. So you have the floor. Can you find the micro?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
So, ciao Helga. It's very nice to see you again, and thank you for the invitation. Usually when I attend these interesting panels, I am very confused, and this is very good. It's not a negative issue, because you force me, you and the other colleagues, of course, with their interventions, they force me and they challenge my brain, because and today I'm very confused, I followed the morning session and I found, Helga, my congratulations, because probably it was the most effective ever, because it showed the failure, the gigantic failure of whatever we have been doing for 20 years now. Okay, I allow myself to say this, and I want to, especially, I was struck this morning by the words of Peter from Bettenfalve. Maybe we are really aging all, but I like very much when he admitted that 20 years ago things were better. Yes, we're clearer. Yes, for sure. And somewhere we got lost. At a certain point, we got simply lost. I would say that we got lost in the paradigm, because I can't say that disagree with the concepts expressed by the colleagues before me, or the opposite. I agree to whatever they said, but something is not matching. Okay, because when we are talking about trafficking, it seems that we are talking about something different. And it's true, because it's a multifarious phenomenon. So, of course, each of us, according to its own interest and ground, experience, etc., tackle the issue from different perspectives. So I feel more for myself, I don't know, for the others, but I'm very curious to listen to the next panelist, Eva. So I want to provoke her a bit with just trying to do a simple summary, okay, about this session of today, because I was listening and say, but okay, trafficking is a priority, is a threat to security, is whatever, and then through the words Maria, Helmut, this morning Manfred, Evelyn, etc., all the others, it comes out that nothing is done. So since I am a very simple man, I say, but how come that something that is so threatful, I mean, it doesn't meet anything, I mean, but no, because I don't remember who reminded before, Clara maybe, or Kirill, I don't remember. There is a lot of production, convention, paper, handbooks, white paper, non-paper, whatever paper. I mean, it's the strategy, new strategy, next strategy, new century strategies. I mean, it's the disaster of people that probably this last year, and this is since the issue of the topic is COVID. Maybe last year people were, while I was sitting on the sofa, looking at the wall, the others were writing like, I mean, the mouse in the laboratory. Okay, good for them. I like them very much. But what we are talking about, sorry, once again, but trafficking, is it a crime? And here is where I slightly disagree with the previous friends and colleagues. Is it a crime? Yes. Is it a crime? So, why is a crime? The crime is when a community, a group of individuals, and Kirill, I know that there's a group of, we are sociologists, you know, lazy people. When a group of individuals, community, tribes, community, society, etc., decide that a behavior is bad. Okay? This is the real simple and simplicity. Okay? If there is a crime, is because someone raised the hand and say, I'm sorry, this behavior is unacceptable in our community. That's why murder is a crime, because no one accepts that someone is brutally murdered or in the street. Okay? So, if is a crime trafficking, and Helga know that you already know where I'm going. If there is a crime, we need a law. That's why it's where I disagree with Helmut and the others. It's not that it is pointless talking about the criminal framework, etc. No, it's very important, absolutely important. Even a labor exploitation is a crime, okay? Because someone said, no, listen, I mean, there are rules, so you have to respect the rules. Trafficking is not labor exploitation, it's something more, or, I mean, somewhere else, okay? So we need a law, okay? And we had a law in 2003, 2003, whatever. But the law doesn't, from what I learn today, and I always knew because I'm, as you presented me, I'm a critic of the protocol since the very beginning, from the aftermath of his approval. Okay, so why the protocol, the law we have, it doesn't represent, it doesn't provide anything, any answer, because my old ancestors, they used to say, ubi societas ibi ius, meaning that is, where there is a society, there is the law, not the opposite. And here, the paradigm where we got lost is that the law that we have doesn't represent at all the reality, but at all, completely, okay? And today, this morning, I was so struck, okay, by the presentation of these new strategies that, by the way, I even managed to read yesterday because I wanted to be prepared. So I read the documents, and frankly speaking, my colleagues, I didn't know if to cry or to laugh, frankly speaking, because we are in 2021. I'm getting old. I don't know you, how do you feel? But me, I feel old, you know? And after 20 years, to read what the strategy contains, what is that new strategy, that paper, what is that paper? Is an amazing and clear list of loopholes, gaps, failures of the last 20 years. It's amazing. And I was grateful very much to Suzanne Hoff this morning, because she, with that nice face and a very diplomatic wording, she destroyed completely that strategy, to the point that the poor Olivier after, she was blushing, I mean, because, thank you very much, yes, we expected criticism, but come on, it was completely, that document is to be ripping for and throw in the bin, because there is nothing else to do. And you know why, Helga, this morning it was important, and I said that more important than ever, because for the first time, I was not the only stupid, bizarre characters coming and say, guys, that protocol doesn't work. This morning, there was a discussion about if we need or not a new convention. I know that we need a new convention, and for the first time, also big bosses, I mean, they recognize this. Okay, man, politically speaking, is not the, okay, of course, we are facing the disruption of our European Union. Can you imagine if we are talking about the protocol on the trafficking in human beings? Of course not, but we are there. We are there. Because we have to recognize that as clearly the plastic representation from Helmut, from Maria, from Evelyn, from Kiri, is that we are talking about different issues. So we need a new law, something that is able to represent this new problem, old problem. It's old like the world, this problem, okay? So, but it is new in the way it is carried out. So the problem, what is this? What is the problem we are talking about all, and probably we can meet? We are swimming in an ocean of inequalities, okay? This is the huge problem. And no one is even that doesn't care anymore about this issue of inequality, to the point that when 3 weeks ago I was lazily sitting on my sofa here in Athens, where I am at the moment, and since I don't know a word of Greek, I was following the international news. And my favorite, and my colleagues from UEG and the others from the Germanophone colleagues, I was watching Deutsche Welle, because Deutsche Welle is very interesting. It's a very Deutsche Welle International, of course, because I don't speak a word of even German. And I trip in something very interesting. The story, a program, 30 minutes, highlights, since we are talking about COVID, of these poor people, Romanians, okay, from this village close to Constantia. What had happened to these people? They were recruited by the largest meat packing industry in Germany, my dears. Okay, in Germany, not in Sri Lanka or Bangladesh. No, in Germany. Okay, they flew because the company prepared the charters for them. Be careful about this. They flew to Germany, and they were in this meat packing factory forced to work 16 hours per day. They were sleeping in containers behind the factories. There were no protection against COVID, nothing, no one. When they were sick, they were simply thrown out from the factories. So, and I was thinking, what is this? Okay, yes, of course, it's labor exploitation, Helmut, for sure. But there is also something more, okay? As for me, since I am a very, very simple guy, for me it's trafficking. I'm sorry. These were recruited, transported, and found a situation completely different from and we are talking about the meat packing, the largest meat packing company. Then, since Deutsche Welle is very nice, the day after there was the story of these Ukrainian poor workers that were went for the temporary job again in Germany, because Deutsche Welle is very democratic. They went to Germany, they worked 3 months for a subtractors of Amazon. Then they went back to Ukraine because they say, don't worry, we will wire the money, and they receive no money. What is this? How do we call this? But what is the problem? The problem is, and if you want to tell what's wrong or what's good, is that no one is caring about this situation, is taking for granted. Is taking for granted, Kirill, that your Pakistani is or Bangladeshi is washing the cars for zero money and in an irregular situation. No one gives a damn for all the multitude of people. And why doesn't give a damn? Because of the law. Because since ever, the law is the glue of the social cohesion. If you don't have a law, a clear law that defends the right that Maria and Evelyn were talking about, this is, and here the point of contact with all the kind of exploitations, because we are swimming in an exploitation, okay? The exploitation, otherwise, it's the usual, as it was in the past. Many things, many times happen. If you remember, Evelyn and Maria probably more than me, when we are this kind of gatherings like today, there is Helmut that is representing the labor exploitation man. Then there is maybe Manfred this morning that is another, how we say, very engaged protector of those rights. And then there is Evelyn that is more on the side of the clear sexual exploitation, because that is an issue, and Maria as well. But, and then we were quarreling. It is more this and this more that, this is more right. Who is more vulnerable? But vulnerability, Evelyn said very well, I mean, vulnerability doesn't exist. I mean, vulnerability is a situation, is a condition, is not a part of the human personality of character. Unfortunately, no. Is the limited capacity to avoid, cope with, and recover from a harm or threat. And this is trafficking. This is why we have all these problems, because these people are vulnerable. Yes, because they became vulnerable when we arrived in Europe or from when they moved. Okay. To conclude very shortly, because I want to really to leave the floor to Eva. The problem is, and then I was struck this morning, but how come the representative of UNODC says, you know, we don't know if the lack of prosecution is because there are no cases or the lack of detention. Oh, what? We are talking about data. Which data? We have nothing. We know nothing. I desperately tried in these 20 years to understand, but who are the traffickers? Why are convicted? And I discovered one very simple reality, very simple, that, and the mess of the protocol. Who is convicted? The crooks, basically. The crooks, those who are the lover boy, that they are convincing the woman to go to another state, and then when they are dead, to force to prostitution. There is the link in between recruitment, transport, and the deceive and exploitation. All the rest, when the meat packing industry, they say, as this morning we listen also this. They said, but listen, we ask this recruitment agency to find workers. We don't know how they found the work. What did they say to them? And you go then to the recruiting agency, and the recruiting agency say, but we were asked to send the workers. We don't know the condition in which this worker will work. In 2004, and really I finished, when I was talking with judges in Italy about the new trafficking protocols, they said, well, let it go. Why? I say, why let it go? It's serious. Yeah, it's serious. But since it's organized crime, it was diverted to the anti-mafia. But the majority of the traffickers were not mafia style, or not even that organized organization. They were just groups in connection and connecting, and through that they couldn't grasp anything that could prove that the recruitment and transportation, that I want to remind you, recruitment and transportation is the criminal act, not the exploitation in the trafficking protocol. The criminal act is the recruitment, transportation, and harboring by means of deceit for the purpose of exploitation. We have to be very clear about this, okay? So the judges will say, you know what? We prosecute with our law, with a simple one. That's it, okay? Thank you very much. Sorry, I was very long.
Okay, no, it's interesting to hear that, but I we run a bit out of time. I would quickly ask Eva to what her position is, also to tell us what Europol can do in this. Is this, I mean, do you see the same way that it's too much focusing on law enforcement? We should focus much more on other things. What can law enforcement contribute to this? And then, of course, quickly, I would like to have the reactions of Kirill, Clara, others, you know, to what Stefano Volpicelli said. So please, Eva, you have the floor.
Yes.
Oh, here. Yes, okay. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Helga. Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Helga and her team for organizing this event. Human trafficking concerns us all. And Stefano, it's a crime, and it's not a normal crime. It's an awful crime from my point of view. And therefore, Helga, it's very important to organize such events to keep the topic visible also during the pandemic time. Well, I know everyone is already tired of the Corona discussions. However, the Corona issue has been omnipresent over the last year and has, of course, also an impact on human trafficking and also in the fight against human trafficking. When I think back to the first lockdown in March 20, Austria, and of course, I think the whole world was in a state of shock, and also the efforts to combat human trafficking were paralyzed.
It was bad.
Operational measures like house searches, interviews of victims, of suspects, of witnesses, action days and operational meetings have been cancelled, have been modified or moved in time, and meetings face-to-face were not possible anymore. There were only online meetings. Well, certain forms of crime, especially the property crime, have declined strongly, but human trafficking, of course, continued to exist. And maybe some of you have the question, why is it possible? How can such things exist while there are lockdowns, there are curfews, there are extensional travel restrictions, the brothels and clubs were closed? Yes, the answer is quite easy. The traffickers have adjusted rather quickly to the changed conditions. Victims were provided with fake COVID tests and also with fake working certificates from the elderly care. So it was easy for the traffickers to transport the victims from one country to another country. Furthermore, illegal shelters were quickly found, and especially sexual services were in particular only offered via online services. As a result, they have disappeared from the control area of the police for a few weeks. And yes, that was enough time to establish a well-functioning THP network. And then when the police returned to an almost normal, let's say almost normal work routine, they were faced with new problems. And now I'm talking about some challenges, facts we established in all European countries, not only in Austria. There was a big increase of illegal prostitution. And the prostitution took part mainly in hotels, in flats, also in Airbnb accommodations. And then also a big problem was the limited possibility for a personal contact with the sex service providers. Therefore, it was not possible for the criminal police to establish a basis of trust with the sex workers. And that made for us, especially for the law enforcement agencies, very difficult to identify victims. And from my point of view, one of the main problems is if persons were discovered by the police in the field of illegal prostitution. It was normally the police in uniform, and of course, it was immediately associated with a report of illegal prostitution and also with the violation under the Federal Act on temporary measures to prevent COVID-19. And this, of course, had a very negative effect on the willingness of possible victims to testify and to cooperate with the authorities. In the eyes of the prostitute, a complaint against her exploiter is equivalent to a self-report for illegal activities. And on the other hand, it was a lot of pressure on victims because they know they were working against the law and they had no possibility for a social counseling or for a medical checkup, and so things were not easy. Furthermore, we established, as also everyone knows, internet-based investigations are very resource intensive and make it difficult for the police, but all the perpetrators in all types of exploitations increasingly rely on the internet or on social platforms for the implementation of their criminal acts, so it's not easy. And we also established during the pandemic that there are currently some working and also accommodation conditions, especially for seasonal workers, which are not okay. And the workers now accept these circumstances. And 2 years ago, every one of us would have seen clear indicators for THP. When I just think that the people are not allowed to leave the flats, that they have a special time to get their lunch, or they only have a special time where they are allowed to take their shower. And I think here we should also keep the eyes a little bit closer. And it became, of course, apparent that economic predicaments are closely linked to the risk of exploitation and human trafficking. Yes, and finally, I would also like to note that cross-border cooperation in the fight against human trafficking has been made also more difficult, because in police and judicial cooperation, it was already common practice for all involved parties to meet ad hoc for an operational working meeting to discuss further common steps which are necessary to dismantle an organized crime group. And now it's not possible. We only have the possibility of virtual meetings, And for security reasons, we are not allowed to exchange operational personal data during these meetings, and therefore we also have a delay in the exchange of information. Yes, of course, I now have mentioned some negative points, but I can assure you that on the part of the police, the fight against human trafficking has still priority, and we will adapt to the new circumstances in a goal-oriented way, because from my point of view, stagnation would end up in regression. And Stefano, there is one point I can't agree with you. From my point of view, we don't need a new law. We just need to get down to business and get it right. I think if we work hard, we have the law, we can manage it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eva. Most interesting. I know we are almost out of time, but nevertheless, I would like to have a quick round to ask Kirill, all the others, you know, Kirill, Clara, Maria, Evelyn, Helmut, just to react on whatever seems most important. Anyway, I mean, we have to continue our discussion next time, but just a quick reaction to what is important to you. Kirill, would you like to start? Kirill?
Thanks very much, Helga. I'll make a very brief contribution. I realize people need to go. I think there are lots of points where we would agree, lots of points where we would disagree. I probably agree with Stefano in broader terms that we are swimming in inequality. We are swimming, and I like this analogy in exploitation and in crisis. I'm not sure whether what we currently have in terms of the policy legislative tools are attuned or even acknowledge the magnitude of crisis and the magnitude of what's to come. I think at the sort of policymaker / MP / government / law enforcement, maybe they do, from my perspective as a researcher, from my perspective as a sociologist, I don't think it's nowhere near enough to actually acknowledge the crisis that we are facing as a humanity. I mean, we can go on and on and on, talk about the human rights and neoliberalism and what's to come in the shape of the climate change, which would reorganize and reorder the way we function in the next 10, 15 years. I think we are on the kind of downward trajectory in terms of equality, human rights, justice, and I think it will only get worse. Whether the human rights policy and law are even, would even start addressing these global challenges, that's another question. They may deliver some short-term benefits if they are reorganized by listening to the civil society, by listening to the activists, rather than the men in suits from the European Commission. That's the priority, the short-term priority. The longer-term priority is something that, I agree with Stefano, we need to tackle these broader forces that are at play that really challenge and jeopardize our own existence and of our neighbors and, human and non-human. So yes, it's kind of, a very ambivalent but concerned outlook that I have on what's going on.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Clara, please. Clara,
I just
can
want
you hear us?
to pick, a really fascinating discussion, and I think there was loads of points I would agree with, quite a few provocative points, which I always enjoy at these events as well. I think we could. It's a shame we don't have more time to discuss, but I wanted to pick up on two points in particular. One is on precarity of working conditions and the stuff that Evelyn was talking about, in particular in relation to care workers and in the care sector, where what some describe as sort of the non-standard working forms or models of employment that are being pushed onto workers increasingly that decrease any protection. So models that are being used by agencies to put people into a situation of self-employment where they actually, if you examine their situation, they're not self-employed, because if you look at the definition of what self-employment means, these people are not self-employed. They are made to believe that they are self-employed, or the business models are constructed in that way. And that's, you know, very similar to workers in the gig economy. And it's all going very much into that direction. And I think, I'm not sure whether the situation is similar in Austria, but I presume it is similar, like in many other countries, that some of these care workers, and not just care workers, other workers that we have come to see as essential in the past year, are employed by private companies, but actually effectively are carrying out work on contracts that are for the public sector. So sometimes it's the local authorities or health bodies or others who have absolutely no mechanisms and systems to actually exercise due diligence. And I think we really need to push on the European Union here in its new law on human rights due diligence, that it actually applies to this, that it's not just about conditions and factories in Asia. It actually needs to be about the operation, which also brings me to the point that Maria made, and it's what is the role of the public sector procurement in all of this? And the power, you know, governments are actually the biggest purchasers of services from the private sector. So again, that's where money can speak. And there is a lot of leverage that governments can have if they choose to have them, to actually say, well, no, we're not going to contract with you if you don't pay at least the minimum wage, if you don't guarantee decent conditions, if you actively campaign against trade unions, you're not going to get the government contracts. And interestingly, government contracts are also being used by companies to show their credibility for their competition within the private sector. So I think that is a really strong area of focus, that, you know, there is a strong role for the governments to play, in both national governments as well as local, regional governments and city governments. So that's what I would put out there as perhaps a topic for our next roundtable.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Gerda. Helmut, please.
Yeah. Thank you. I would like to mention two aspects: accountability on the one hand and complementarity on the other hand. Complementarity in terms of what I said before, this broader perspective, and I would also agree with those who said, well, perhaps it's not really the issue of having clear legislation. Definitely, I would be happy about any discussion about the flaws of the concept of trafficking. That was my basic experience from 8 years with Greta, that the concept of such is difficult, and legal security and all the consequences actually would require a clear concept in order to be more effective. But on the other hand, I think there is a possibility to deal with that situation without starting from fresh about new legislation, etc. I think it would be helpful if we accept also some complementarity of approaches. And I think of trafficking on the one hand, and all the existing regulations and standards and laws we have dealing with exploitation. And in the Austrian case, it's not so much about the laws, but rather also organizational matters, even prosecution. There is a certain number of prosecutors in Austria who are responsible for trafficking, but only for trafficking for sexual exploitation, because trafficking is linked to sexual violence issues. And labor exploitation is already something different. And there are other prosecutors dealing with those cases. And there are some links between them, but it's not a given. And then we have all kinds of control bodies for the labor market, from insurances, social insurance, from the labor inspections, from financial police. But to really get them together, it's a quite new development to have that kind of joint action days, which go together with financial police and labor inspections to some extent. So I think there's a lot to focus on in establishing closer cooperation between these bodies and ultimately leading to more also accountability. And especially when we focus on labor markets, I think we have to get to a new approach how we deal with companies and the employer side, so to say. I think we all agree that just voluntary activities are insufficient. But also we have existing laws. In Austria, we have a specific law on legal persons accountability, and it has basically not been used in any case in a trafficking situation so far. And to understand why this is the case would also be a key element to that. So I think, and also public procurement, we are in the process of defining a new action plan, not just for the trafficking, but also for public procurement to make it more sustainable. And there's a strong focus on environmental criteria, but there's a push now to also include social criteria, which links to labor relations and to have it free from exploitation, from child labor and things like that. But that's not a given, and this is still work in progress, and we will still have to see whether this is all taken up. So I think to some extent we are quite at the beginning of some discussions, and ultimately all of them, and I fully understand and share the frustrations about the lack of sanctions and then accountability. But I think there's still a possibility to work with all the existing tools we have if we have just this broader approach and perspective and bringing all the relevant actors together. So I think, yeah, going into that way could be helpful. And perhaps just, if I may, 10 seconds of promotional activity in terms of accountability, just to mention that together with my colleague Julia, we have published recently this new commentary on the Council of Europe Anti-Trafficking Convention, which is the first also to include greater case law. I don't know if Richard has mentioned it before. He was also one of the co-authors. And it's open access. I can share the link with you, Helga, for the minutes. So this whole publication is free of charge, accessible to everyone. And hopefully it also helps as an instrument to increase accountability. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, just on our platform net, we will have a few comments, or we will put what you provide, for those who are interested in more. So it doesn't matter if it has already appeared somewhere else or has been published somewhere else. We will do it at our platform net and also send it to our multipliers. So when there is interest, Maria, quick.
Yes, I will be very short. Actually, I think that we have to admit that everything that we are talking about here regarding the bigger picture, COVID and how exploitation that is going around the world actually is influencing not only trafficking in human beings, trends and processes, but also our activities, but also it influences our lives, And the second thing is, I'm not sure if this new convention or document will be adopted or not. I'm sure it will be it will be a long process if it happens, but before it happens, what I know is that we must respect and implement the existing conventions that we have, And because they are old enough now and we have them. And I really enjoyed these provocative discussions. I'm sorry that it's only 2 hours that we had. I agree and disagree with some, but definitely I agree with one thing that Stefano said, and that is that I really feel old and tired. And we also need new generation to come and to continue what we are doing, and we will help them.
Thank you very much. Evelyn? Evelyn Probst.
Comments, and I think one of them is to reflect on what happened here on the panel and what happens quite often and what shows us where we are. I'm perceived, because I'm a woman, that I'm talking only about sexual exploitation. Also, my organization is the only one who had been talking of all forms of exploitation since we're existing, since we're working in the field of THP. And this shows us that we are still there, that we have to tackle stereotypes. And if we don't do that, we will not manage anything. Coming back to that, what I said before, not a vulnerable person and not but vulnerable situation, etc., etc. And I also would like to refer to that what Eva said. So there is the assumption that because the borders are closed due to COVID, so we have the first time since years a situation that borders who had been open are closed. Now there are less trafficking. And we said, no, this is what one of the points. If you close borders, you have more trafficking, not less. Yeah. So this is one of the things where I cannot sustain it anymore, that people are thinking like that. Yeah. So as Maria said, getting tired and getting a little bit less patient. No, I don't know the word now in German. And I would also like to refer to this debate, new law or not. As we always said, we need a broader perspective on the phenomena of trafficking. Only looking on criminality doesn't support, but these laws in place on the criminal aspects of trafficking, they are good. They just have to be implemented. And there has to be people who get the support that they're allowed to have it implemented. And and this is talking about resources, this is talking about trainings, this is talking about possibilities really to implement the instruments. But in a world where we now talk about labor laws that they have to be better implemented, as Clara said, now the caretakers is one example of like excluding people of their rights to labor laws, which had been implemented years and years ago, and then reducing the possibility of organizing themselves. I think everybody have heard about Amazon didn't accept the trade union in the USA. Right? So again, these examples where you're not, and it was the same thing in Germany. It was the example now in Austria where Amazon like employed drivers who had no chance to be employed. They were self-employed. So all these examples that now, on the one side, there's this liberalization of labor laws, and we, this tiny community on trafficking demand, inclusion of trade unions, inclusion of labor laws, in a moment where they are not valid at all in this world where we are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So first Eva for a last remark, and then Stefano.
Okay, my last remark, I will keep it short. DHP remains to be a very profitable business on the rise. And so I think we all have to pull together, and we must be open-minded, and it's very important that all involved stakeholders work together. So the private sector, the police, the judicial authorities, the NGOs, the care workers. So really everyone, and that's my wish for the future, that we are able to strengthen this multidisciplinary cooperation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now Stefano, a short remark.
Very, very short remark. I want to thank all the participants because their insights are very precious. I like much just to conclude Clara what she said about the gig economy, and I think that really there is the big failure. We managed to let them these new workers, self-employers, to let them think that they are entrepreneurs. when they are just poor slaves, basically. So, but what I learned today is that all the insights were very, very important, because once again, the last statement of Eva confirmed, is this is a very dynamic and multidimensional phenomenon. And I think that we are all the expression of people who are devoted to tackle this from different point of view. And at the end of the day, it's nice to see that, I mean, well, I don't know, Maria, maybe our years of engagement is it will be important sooner or later, and someone will benefit from our efforts. I hope so, really. Thank you very much, Helga, for you. A big hug, and thanks you again to all.
Yeah. Thank you, Stefano. And really, thank you to everybody, to the whole panel this afternoon. It's always the same. We run always out of time. We could always continue, but we will continue. So hopefully you will be available for, in a few months, we will continue this discussion, and we have learned a lot all together. You know, we have moved forward. I mean, maybe not as fast and not as far as we all would have wanted and liked to, but to be together and to hear from researchers on the one hand, from practitioners, from, you know, from all types of people involved in anti-trafficking. This is something. So thank you very much. It was also for me always most interesting. I would like to thank the Chamber of Labor, the host of this meeting. I would like to thank the technicians and everybody who stayed with us also in the morning, and see you soon next time. Goodbye.